Friends, thinkers, and gamers, it is hump day once again. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis. I am your host, Aaron Suduko, with your co-host, Evie the Corgi, who is running away. Oh, she's a little camera shy today. Don't know what that's all about, except that it is exceptionally hot. Longtime viewers will recall we were talking about the heat dome that had settled over Colorado a while ago. Then it went away, and everything was beautiful and pristine and habitable. And then it came back, and everything died again. It was, I think, 93 today, and let me tell you, you'll believe it if you ever feel it for yourself. It always feels 1,000 times worse at elevation because the sun is just hotter. There's less atmosphere to interfere between it and you. So, oh my goodness, I had a lull of energy this afternoon and had to take a sort of inner inventory and realize, oh, that's just because I was out running errands and it's so oppressively hot that it drained all of the energy out of me. I know. Well, I had to make up for the amazingly tardy start on Monday, so hopefully this starts to pay off that karmic debt at a minimum. Welcome, Grail. Welcome, Aaron. So yes, suffice to say, I am enjoying hanging out with you all and keeping it cool on a Wednesday evening. In fact, I'm already, old man that I am, looking forward to trying to make my bedtime even more immediate after this because I'm realizing with this heat dome oppressing me once again, if I have any hope of getting outside with the small furry one or for runs or things like that, I have to just get up insanely early to beat the heat. So we're going to try to do that tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. For those of you who are wondering what we're all about here, I am the founder of WithATerribleFate.com, your first and final literary source for all studies and philosophical treatments and celebrations of video game storytelling. We're a publication that has been around for about a decade at this point, home to a rich diversity of thoughtful analysts with different backgrounds and interests, but all unified by this passion for making sense of what makes the storytelling of games so magical, so memorable, so powerful. And so if you feel that power in the games which you have played across your life and want to join a community to make better sense of how that works, why it has the impression on people that it does, and even find new perspectives through which to engage with your favorite and least favorite games, games old and new, you have found your home. That is what this publication has been up to through long-form written articles and podcasts and convention lectures and these live streams for almost a full 10 years, coming up on it this November. And if you would like the most recent addition to our content network, it's also, I dare say, the most dynamic. We have a Discord server now with a growing wealth of thoughtful, diverse gamers working to emulate the old world ancient Greek agora, which really gave birth to the conversational ethos and atmosphere of Western philosophy. And the rest, as they say, is history. And so, too, are we trying to create some history with a virtual agora for talking about and analyzing and celebrating the games in our lives. So whether you're working through a game right now and interested in thinking it through and talking about it with other thoughtful gamers and allowing them to lend their own perspective, or you're looking for a new recommendation, or you want to just dig into your favorite game series or more theoretical concerns about the philosophy of video game storytelling, we have channels for all those things. And new members are continuing to show up. I hope one of them will be you. Go ahead and join. There's no barrier to entry except charitable, passionate concern for video games and the many real lives who touch them and are touched by them in one way or another. What we're up to this evening is the latest installment of a long-term project that I have been undertaking for With a Terrible Fate for over a year at this point. Let's see, I started it in March of 2023. Since then, we've had, April, May, June, July. We're almost coming up on a year and a half, which is crazy. If I could do math and properly scope my projects at the outset, I would have been able to anticipate that it would be such a long-standing endeavor. But it's been a really rewarding one. Last year, on the heels of a project that I did analyzing the storytelling of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 through the lens of Ludwig Wittgenstein, I found myself reading an announcement that one of my favorite publishers, Bandai Namco, was remastering one of my favorite games that was formative to me as a person and a gamer and someone who had come to love stories and philosophy as a little kid, Tales of Symphonia. And that really inspired me to go back to their Tales of series of JRPGs, which has been around shaping and changing lives and creating new valuable communities since 1995, coming up on its 30-year anniversary, sooner than you can blink, really, at this point. It's a series that has been near and dear to my heart ever since I discovered that first one for me in my history with the Tales series, Tales of Symphonia, in a Blockbuster when I was all of, I want to say, 8 years old. And now, as a philosopher of video game storytelling, I decided it's been guiding my heart for so long, this series, and I've never really turned my full intellectual attention to making sense of the series as a whole. And I feel like I owe it to my own experiences with games and my views on video games, and also just to this series, to finally do that. So we've been undergoing this long-standing endeavor, as I said, to make sense of the overall intertext of the Tales of series, which is to say, to work through all of the titles in the series that we have access to in the West and try to answer the question, what is it that these games are trying to say, not just on their own terms, but also in conversation with one another? What are the particular philosophical perspectives they express to their players? Those lenses through which they ask us to engage with their characters, their stories, but also with each other, and to derive real philosophical tools that we can use to orient ourselves in the world and in the worlds of other games, both fictionally and in the actual universe which we inhabit. I've called it Tales of Praxis because my hypothesis is I think that these games, for me, all center on expressing various aspects of a philosophy of action, giving us views and methods of action for what it is to make sense of our place in the world, our identity, and how that is situated relative to the history of the world, communities within it, and indeed to values which we can recognize and sculpt into actions to bring about the future that we find worth fighting for, and also which we can coordinate our actions with others in order to fight for and bring about. We've been doing that in two formats. One is this wonderful live book club format on Twitch with the Terrible Fate's first foray into the streaming universe, ultimately endeavoring to play through together all of the entries in the series, a journey which has been really rewarding to me because I have seen time and again that by doing this, one can experience the truth of what it is that these games over and over again express, namely that by coordinating ourselves with others in this sort of real-life JRPG party format, as I'm fond of describing it, we can actually arrive at different sorts of conclusions and insights about these stories and our time with these games than we ever would be able to perceive and make sense of were we just doing this on our own. And that wouldn't be possible without all of you. So shout out to the inimitable chat for that. And then the other half of the series is my more traditional long-form written work, which you can find on withtheterriblefate.com. I'm ultimately intending to, and we'll see to it that I do, publish treatments of all the Tales games to try to make sense of them in exactly this way that I propose. It's a long and winding road, but a deeply rewarding one. And if you want to see my latest study, which I think is uniquely useful and insightful and valuable with respect to making sense of what these games have to say, how they code the value of your actions within them, and revealing to you depths of your engagement, which you probably didn't realize and which actually have real practical ramifications for the right and wrong way to engage with these games and to especially adjudicate them intertextually. You have so much to find out, and all you have to do is read this argument as to why you, yes, you, I'm talking to you are morally obligated to play Tales of Hearts R 389 times. Don't worry, it's not as hard as you think, and it's even more rewarding. There's only one way to find out. You have to read the article and talk to me about it. More written work is forthcoming, and part of what has made this newest entry in our streaming series so cool for me is that it is in service, as much as the regular goals of the stream, of helping to produce probably my next written work in the series, because I played Tales of Eternia for the first time late last year as part of Tales of Praxis. It really resonated with me as a game that has so much to say and to give us with respect to mystic experience that can touch inner levels and higher levels of our own nature merely by engaging with these games, and with this game in particular, and resonating with its characters, as we're going to do here today and throughout this playthrough. And it also led me to think that this game could be treated as a unique cipher to make sense of the broader series. But the further I got into Tales of Praxis and the more I saw this sort of mystic interactive storytelling coming up in other strands of my work, the more I realized, I really need to do another playthrough of this game before I can put my finger on how I want to frame a study of it. And as I said, no better way to put those thoughts together and in fact to access thoughts that would otherwise be inaccessible to me than to do it with all of you. So we're working through Tales of Eternia with that in mind. I have gotten my act together in terms of publishing the VODs on YouTube. So YouTube audience, hello, I missed you. I think we're already getting some of you through to the Discord, maybe even all the way to Twitch and other corners of With the Terrible Fate. I'm going to update and get all the other VODs up and running too, but there is a backlog owed to that Tales of Hearts R study and my own logistical maelstrom that has been figuring out my relocation to Los Angeles for my PhD this coming fast fall. But as I was alluding to on Monday, I think, knock on wood, I've finally more or less found a place. So that ought also to be settling down soon. So we're going to be diving in. It's an earlier start. And as I've also been trying to do this time around, I have been providing supplemental content and commentary on what I'm thinking about and how it will be useful to frame these individual legs of our journey in Tales of Eternia in the Discord. So go to the Discord. I'm a little behind today, so I airdropped something in there maybe 10 minutes before we started streaming. But the theme of today is thinking about things like empires, capitals, the nature of sovereignty, the nature of kings. And if you're a fan of the Tales of series, or have even seen some of our other Tales of Praxis studies, you know that's something that comes up more than a few times in this series. And so thinking about what it is that kings and other rulers in this series represent, and perhaps more to the point, how it is that they and their ilk interact with the party in these games over the course of a journey, it's going to be really rewarding. And we're going to see that Tales of Eternia has an early stage and really provocative perspective on that as we venture into the capital this evening. I think that's all I have to say. The only other site-wide updates, as I mentioned, I think on Monday, recorded a really cool and personally rewarding podcast episode with Dan over the weekend, talking about particular dimensions of gaming discourse that I think we can reorient in ways that can better access the passion and real reasons that gamers engage with this medium in the ways that they do, thinking in particular about the moral dimension of games and the mystic dimension of games, and also a little bit about Shadow of the Erdtree. So I think that's still in post with Dan, but that is forthcoming, so look forward to that. And Dan himself is also forthcoming. I'm going to keep teasing it throughout the week, and if you have ideas of fun content for us to do together with the stream, with the broader community, let me know. But he'll be here hanging out, and I'm sure we'll be doing plenty of game analytic things for the coming week starting on Monday. So that should be a lot of fun too. I think that is truly all I have. So here, I will kick it over to the Tales of Eternia soundtrack, catch up on the chat, and then we will dive in. Look at that. It's only 15 minutes past the hour, and I started on time. How's that for actually making up for lost time? Grail, if the barrier to entry for the stream were defeating you in ritual combat, I don't think I would even be allowed on the stream, so it might be a bit of a non-starter, to be honest. I've said this before, and I know I've told Erin this because she's a big fan of Persona, and I've told Dan because he is. I fully believe that I am a Persona fan and analyst in the making. It's just that, as you can see, and as I have discussed already at length in this stream, my God, I have my fingers in so many other projects and long-running, intricate, sophisticated JRPG series that opening the door to another one, let alone one like Persona, oh my goodness. I mean, I'm terrible at respecting my limits, and I overload myself all the time, as you all know, but even I can recognize that limit and draw at least a temporary boundary there. But then again, as Erin says, maybe that's why our names are so similar. We're just alternate versions of each other in more ways than one. But no, that's where I would also draw the line. I would not use save states on an emulator. But to each their own. Not going to judge. But I am going to agree with Erin that I'm superior to her. No, I'm kidding. No. We're all on a par here. That's the wonderful thing about having this kind of diverse, passionately thoughtful community. We are what philosophers call incommensurable with respect to one another, which is just that we each have a unique value which cannot be measured relative to the value of anyone else. They simply manifest on totally different scales and according to perspectives which cannot be adjudicated relative to one another. So there you go. If you want a philosopher's way of saying why we're all so special and powerful snowflakes, it's that we are incommensurable. Hey, Pottery, good to see you too. Dropping in to speak up for save states. Why didn't I expect that? And anything within reason in the service of game analysis. I mean, I might be judgmental, but at the end of the day, I'm probably not going to, in a reflective way, fault anyone for that. As we had a related conversation on the Discord last week, actually. So there you go. Thinking about the nature of accessibility with respect to analyzing games. That is one of the more theoretical things you can look forward to in the Discord conversations when you join the Discord, and we welcome you with open arms because we are very good at welcoming new people. It's a lot of fun. Well, hopefully the friend and colleague will be a guest on the With a Terrible Fate stream this coming week, and that's all I have to say about that. So hopefully you can look forward to our two faces in one place. Pottery, I love that as you've become more ensconced in the With a Terrible Fate community, the main way that's manifested is by always editorializing yourself to point out what your jokes are. What I just said is also a joke. But every joke has a grain of truth to it, doesn't it? Oh, being special because your mom said so? That's a good prompt. Let's get back to Tales of Eternia. Transitions. Anyway, I'm not going to elaborate on that. I am going to welcome you back to Tales of Praxis. Let's go to Inferia City. I'm going to remind everyone, Grail did a great job of pointing this out because I do think we really reached a new peak of this in Tales of Xillia 2 with oh my God, this is how my brain is with JRPG things. I'm already forgetting the name of the corporation. Spirius. We reached a new peak of this with the Spirius Corporation, but these games have always been and continue to be so rewarding for getting to better understand the story and nature of the world simply by inhabiting it and spending time in these cities. Look at this little effect, by the way, as I'm talking. So Gray will notice the day-night cycle. As night comes, you can even see the lights in Inferia City turn on. How cool is that? But yeah, I know this is a tired truism probably amongst this audience especially. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but never overlook NPCs in games that you care about. Least of all the Tales of games, because oh my goodness, these NPCs all have such valuable perspectives, are worth considering on their own terms, but can also give you totally new modes of access to the world, and can color the background context of what it is that we're trying to make sense of as we navigate the story. So really you can miss out on quite a lot if you just fly through from one objective to the other in ways that oftentimes games like the Tales of games will point out and say, no, that's not what you want to be doing. You actually need to exercise the optionality you have to explore and to move beyond the quest as such. This is a game that is like that, and as we'll get further into it, we'll see it's quite explicitly like that in asking you to consider the nature and perhaps tension between exploration and following along a given path. Yeah, design polish, that's a great term for it, Aaron. And it is a great example of that. Grail bringing the chaotic energy of asking me to be ambushed while I'm surprise lecturing. Is that what we decided the term is? I don't know if it's a surprise. We're still at the start of the stream. But still at the start of the stream, only 21 minutes in, which I will take as a win. Here we go. Into Inferia City. Another one of those great fixed illustrations to give us context right away. Whoa, this place is huge. You'll see that, by the way. It is, right away it floored me as an impressively big city for this kind of game. I thought Minchi was big, but this place is bigger yet. Of course, it's the capital of the Inferia Empire. Whee! There are so many people. They are all, Inferians? Listen, I wouldn't drag you off screen for that, Pottery. It's a great little game. A tiny little game, quick in and out 5-hour adventure called Tales of Vesperia. Merity, from here on, you can't dance, scream, or do anything out of the ordinary. Try to be normal. The city is congested with people. Even the slightest awkwardness might cause people to suspect that you're a Celestian. Is being Celestian bad? They cannot suspect? No! Historically, Celestians have visited numerous disasters upon us. I'm quite certain that there are many who hold hatred for Celestians. Baiba! Celestians not responsible for causing disasters. Notice that it's worth thinking about. I don't have a good answer for this off the top of my head. So Baiba, you'll notice if you catch Merity speaking Melnyx, it's a common expression, and it's one that actually later you can get translated because you can figure out all of Melnyx if you want to. But this is interesting because even though there is a Melnyx alphabet, now we are getting Baiba written out in regular intelligible text with the characters we're familiar with. You need our help, right? Merity, it's unfortunate, but there's no question that there are a lot of people who dislike Celestians. Let's be careful, okay? You bet. Don't forget. All right. Let's go and meet the king. You get a similar vein of this with elves and half-elves in the Xillia games, but I really like the way that feels a little bit different to me that they bring it out here, because notice what they're talking about is the sense that Celestians have visited numerous disasters upon the Inferians, but they haven't really named any of those yet. And also, remember, it's quite explicit that Celestians haven't interacted with Inferians in something like 1,000 or 2,000 years. And so there's just this quite general and nebulous sense that these others have done terrible things and therefore deserve all of Inferia's derision and hatred. without even really being clear on that history or exactly what it consists in. Because if anyone were going to explain those actual events, if they knew the events, you would imagine the scholar Keel would, and he had nothing to offer there except kind of the rote history he probably read in a textbook that, you know, it's a matter of fact because I read it in a book, because that's how Keel is, that Celestians brought disaster to Inferia and therefore are these morally bankrupt people. Interesting, because these games always have such an interesting and complex relationship with history, which is often so unclear and muddied and distant relative to the current moment. And I think it's in situations such as this one, with the friction between Celestians and Inferians, that we see how that sort of muddied history leads quite naturally to something like xenophobia or racism or whatever you like, where Inferians feel justified by virtue of what their history has told them, even though they don't really understand what that history is, let alone have first personal access to it, which we know is a big theme too. Man, chat is going off. I love those. Aaron, you still got to, you got to pick up Tales of Vesperia. You know what I can bait you with. I've already published something quite extensive on it, and we can talk about it afterwards, which would be a lot of fun. And I didn't on Baldur's Gate, so that should be the decider. That's a good question about the pause screen pottery. That's going to bug me now. I feel like maybe it's one of those things like those old school desktop screensavers with like a cube bouncing around. You know, the ones I'm talking about, where like, yes, every once in a blue moon it will hit exactly in the corner of your screen and it'll feel so satisfying, but it's such a rare occurrence that you trick yourself into thinking it's just physically impossible. But so I wonder, is it like that, or is it truly coded in that they'll never be walking in the same direction? I'm going to keep that in mind, because I wouldn't be surprised if we could derive some actually useful symbolism out of that in terms of what the game is saying about these characters and their relationships. Yeah, well, we can be old together. I'm okay with that. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so definitely try to compare this with other big cities that you know and love from other Tales of games as you go forward. I think there's definitely something to what Grail says about this being, in certain dimensions, the prototype for cities that would come later. Not just Meltokio, but Meltokio is a great example. I feel like I have to do that stream just because I talk over the pause screen so much, Aaron. I'd be here for that. All right, here we go. Let's explore Inferia City. There's a lot. We're not going to do it all right now, but I'll point to some things that we'll do later as well as we go. I'm a tour guide. Here's a Wittgensteinism that I love. So I haven't pulled out any of his in a while. Because in his later years, he felt like really what philosophy was up to was just disentangling our conceptual confusions and trying to redirect our attention, not our intention, to the real business of being. He would use all of these analogies to try to explain what it was that he was up to. And one that I just love, I talk about it more in my study of Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but it really stuck in my mind, as he said, to give you the... I'm not going to do a good job of paraphrasing him, so I'm just going to find it. It's a great quote. This is going to be worth it. You'll love it. And then we'll do the thing that he's talking about in Inferia City. So it's all connected. Where is it? Maybe I won't be able to find it. That's so annoying. I don't think I actually did draw the actual quote into my study, which was what I was trying to search. I will find it and share it to the Discord later. So that's another push to join the Discord if you haven't yet. So it's a great quote, and I don't want to paraphrase it. But the gist was that what he does in doing philosophy and expressing philosophy to others is acting as a tour guide for your hometown and taking you on crisscrossing journeys all over it to basically rediscover it from perspectives that had never occurred to you before. But he says it much more incisively than I could off the top of my head. So I'll find the quote. Someone can remind me, but I should remember. I think Evie is a little distressed, Aaron, by the crazy heat dome that we're dealing with. Like I was saying, I can hear her lapping up water behind me, but beyond that, I think she's doing okay. We had a good cuddle session last night. I think she is so smart, so I think she knows a move is imminent. So she's just enjoying the time with Dad before we pick up and go somewhere very new for our next adventure. But yeah, she's good. I'll tell her that you asked after her. The city is always so full of life. All right, let's go see some of that life. Hey, you! You're from Rasheen's, right? Huh? How did you know? I'm a tailor. I can tell just by the clothes you wear. So once again, you'll see this is the second time after Merity put on Farah's clothes that the game is attending directly to clothing. And as I mentioned, I really think this is the one that starts picking up on the threads, no pun intended, of outfit-based storytelling that then gets elaborated upon in so many ways in the later games. You're wearing an incredibly old-fashioned Rasheen's dye. I think he's saying she's out of style. What do you mean, old-fashioned? You're from Rasheen's. You should know. The popular fashions in this city were all originally based on Rasheen's dye. Really? Uh-huh. But it's been modified so much, it's not easy for an amateur to tell. I see. I had no idea Rasheen's dye was this well known. I wonder where the village of Rasheen's is. Do you want to know? Nah, that's okay. I hear it's really far. I'd rather just wildly speculate about your hometown than ask you anything about it directly. But again, even that little bit of NPC dialogue, the difference between him wanting to theorize about something in the abstract versus asking someone who has actually been there and grown up there and has first-hand experience with it. Rasheen's, such a fascinating name. Ha. My parents didn't want me to move to the city, but here I am. This is hitting different when I'm about to move to LA. Hey, could you hire me for work? I'd really love to help you out, but I'll do anything, please? But I don't want to do any work that's dirty, painful, or tiresome. The wind in the city is so cold. Yeah, it is a windy day if you look at the flags. Again, little detail. Golden dreams. Do you know about the Kramel shards? No, why don't you tell us? I do, but for the sake of the group. There are all kinds, like water shards and wind shards. If you use them in your Kramel cage, you can raise the vitality of the Kramels. Now I do know. Does everybody know about them already? You just explained it to me. You were very helpful. Little shards of... not mana. Actually, do they have a description? No, the description just points out their use. It's interesting because it can't be something like a shard of crystallized mana. This isn't a world with mana. The corollary, so far as we know, seems to be Kramels themselves, these little incorporeal spirits. So is it like condensed Kramels made physical, like a crystallized cluster of Kramels that is then used to power up a greater Kramel? That feels intuitively like it would correspond with how we saw Undine manifest from a bunch of lesser Kramels. If just basically giving more Kramels to a greater Kramel increases its power level. See, so many little details to speculate about with regard to this world. We carry various goods here. I have an approximate knowledge of many things. We're really sitting pretty in terms of a lot of our item stores since I was a crazy person and did so much grinding the other day. Yeah, 15k in the bank. How about that? I'll take it. Thank you very much. That's an interesting thing to think about too, Grail, because in terms of raw distance, you're right, Rashine's is not that far away, but remember what it was that we had to go through. We had to go through this elaborate cave network. We had to go through this mystifying haunted labyrinth of a forest. And so that may well be a case where the actual topography and the barriers between places implies to the people of this world a greater distance and an insurmountable distance than what it actually takes to get from one point to another, which seems to resonate with a lot of the themes we're already considering. Do you know the quote though, Aaron? I'm just riffing off of Adventure Time. I can take no credit for that. I came to Inferia City hoping to meet my idol, Lord Luwine, but I'm just a commoner. He wouldn't want to see me. Getting some class distinctions already. At the very least, I want a chance to see Lord Luwine from a distance. Oh yeah, there are so many great one-off bits in Adventure Time. I have never seen it all the way through, but even the little bit I've seen is eminently quotable. It's always a fun thing to think about in JRPGs. What is the conversion factor between game time and real-world time? Sorry, but we're not hiring. Why did you think we were applying for a job? Oh, are you staying here? I'm sorry. See, even something like that, though. What a subtle way of also pointing out class distinction, because they look like country bumpkins, and this is a high-class hotel. The port of Inferia is a little ways to the north of here. There's a ferry that runs to the city of trade, Barole, and the town of Academia, Minchi, one of which we've already visited. Even commoners are allowed to stay here. It's 60 gold in advance. We don't trust you. You can stay here, but we don't trust you. Will you be staying the night? Sure. We hope you understand, but commoners are only allowed to stay on the second floor. We don't even have the ability to access all the rooms. But notice, unlike virtually every other hotel or rest point in a Tales of game, here you actually do have the ability to go and pick your room. It doesn't automatically put you into a sleep sequence. This is wonderful. I've always dreamed of staying at Hotel Inferia. Freedom from everyday cares. This is the life. Can we even go up to the third floor? Oh, we can, but we're immediately reprimanded. Commoners aren't allowed beyond this point. Please turn back. Well, I certainly wouldn't hold that against you, Grail. Like I said, I never got all the way through it either, but one of those things that Dan got into, and so like many of the things he experiences, I just sort of get some by osmosis listening to his stories about it, which I sometimes enjoy more than sitting down and actually engaging with the source material. It's a lesson in there that I think is pretty universally applicable. Inferia Castle and the Orbis Barrier. I wish in some of the pictures in this game, they will zoom in and show you the actual picture, but sometimes you're just left with a description and this far-off vantage point where you want to see more, but you can't. And you should be sensing a theme with all these things that I'm talking about, because they are all related to one another in terms of how they are representing and limiting your perspective on the world. Welcome! Your room is sparkling clean now. Thank you. Oh my, you're cute. And what a nice white choker. Oh. I really love intelligent, delicate young men. Oh. Man, am I tired. Do you like soft cake? Yeah. Hee hee, that's great. I'll make one for you next time. Come stay alone next time. Keel was so embarrassed he vibrated. I prefer hamburgers over soft cake myself. Good for you. He's the most popular character in Japan and also the Tales universe, I think. I make good cream stew, too. I simmer it with my love. We're really tired and would like to get some sleep. They made us pay in advance. I'm appalled. Are these girls your type? You'd be much better off with an older woman like me. Good night, my prince. Told you there were end scenes in this game. Yeah, there you go, Aaron. So you know what I'm talking about. I think we even talked about this when we were working on your first article. It is definitely a distinct pleasure of mine to just work on analyses that other analysts are working through, even when they have to do, sometimes especially when they have to do with games that I haven't played, because it is like having a whole other source of story and interactive experience through that interpretive layer and learning something about them along the way. And yourself if you do it right. How was the maid's service? Care to leave a comment? I have a few comments, actually. Well, she should at least be able to make hamburgers. Reed just really wants all the food in the world. Can I eat the maid's service? I heard it. That's not what I meant. Well, of course, you get one end scene, and the Tales players in the know immediately sleep at the inn again to see if it's a sequence. I can't remember if this one is. No, I think some of these definitely show that it's a game of a bygone era in more ways than one, Grail. All the better. It's like we're diving into history and doing some of that archaeological and anthropological excavation that JRPGs are so good at. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking about with respect to the picture too, Grail. It's not as if it's just some sort of default like JPEG that they copy and paste all of the images on the wall. Like, you can tell it is a representation of what it's telling you it represents, but you have to squint and kind of fill in the blanks in detail yourself because it's only at a certain resolution. And again, think back to things like even looking at the Orbis barrier at different resolutions through the telescope. That is a much more important theme, this idea of different levels and granularities of representation and how you infer conclusions from those different levels than you might think at first blush. So keep that on your mind as we go forth. All right. Oh, there is another scene. Nope. It's a beautiful day. Oh, it tricked me. I thought they were teeing up for another scene. But there are 2 rooms, so I also want to check the other room. I'm gaming it a little bit because I know there are other scenes in this hotel, but I think some of them you have to return for much later. So I just want to make sure we don't miss them. Now then, you must be tired from your trip. Have a pleasant rest. Well, good night. Oh my, a big piece of garbage. Queeky! Don't call Queeky garbage ever, you monster. Queeky is not garbage. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. My eyes are quite bad. Again, issues with perception and representation. We'd like to go to sleep now, if you don't mind. Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Sorry about all the noise. She probably thinks she's being quiet. Anyway, let's get some sleep. Hard to tell. I think based on the fact that she doesn't... Ooh, what was that noise? Oh! Oh, sorry. I kicked over the bucket. My eyes are so bad. No, because see, she'd be fawning over Keel if it were the same maid. This has to be a different maid. That's fine. Now let us sleep. How was the maid's service? Care to leave a comment? That noise Tell her to start wearing glasses. I'm going to check there one more time. Yeah, we have the gold to spend, though, so if you're not going to spend it on exploration, what are you going to spend it on? I'll remind the handsome viewing audience that we don't have a 20 million gold debt to worry about this time around. At least for the moment. I never say never. Alright, and now you'll see this is how you exhaust in 100% JRPGs, ladies and gentlemen. It's not enough to just stay in the same room again. You also have to go back to the previous room to see if there's now new interactions that happen there because of what happened in the other room. But no, I think we're good now. There you go. Two portraits of two very different but similarly memorable maids. Don't worry, we'll be back. Oh, actually, I do want to see... I told you we'd be back. So if we don't say that we're staying there, are we allowed to go up to the higher floors? Or are we still forbidden? Nope, totally off limits. How dare you do me like that, hotel? We're not poor, we have 16,000 gold. I have news. In Inferia City, as you will soon see, that equals poor. We spoke to her already. There's nobody more important in this world than Seifert. Remember, I told you Seifert would be coming back. The people of the past can't possibly be superior to the king of today. Seifert isn't gone. He lives on in our hearts. Whatever. Interesting. So notice there's the theme of the importance of the king versus the importance of religion. And there also seems to be some indication that Seifert, who was previously mentioned as this kind of god in whose name churches are erected, also might have been some kind of historical figure, because they're saying, no, Seifert was just some person in the past, not as important as the king nowadays. So, value of what happened before versus value of what happened now. Welcome to a Tales of game. I'm so happy. The sun shining warmly, the warm breeze, and the lovely fragrance of blooming flowers grazing my nose. Ah, this is truly happiness. It sure is great to be happy, isn't it? That's all it takes. Just weather conditions that are better than what I'm currently living through in Colorado. The winter shop, oh my. Telling you, yep, a lot of the series finds its roots in this game. Which is not to say, by the way, that you can get off the hook if you've never played Tales of Destiny or Tales of Fantasia, because you will learn so much from those games, and then you will read my studies of them, and you will learn so much more. But yeah, I think Tales of Eternia did put a flag in the ground in terms of where the series would be going and what it would even be developing discourse and intertext about in the subsequent games. Yes, Widdock, please give me your advice on fighting techniques. Are you using square? This time I actually am. But that tone of voice, Widdock, you sound as if you have somehow been privy to my previous playthroughs. If you defend successfully, you can cut damage by 1/4. You can defend yourself even after you are blasted or floated into the air. If you keep square pressed, your defense might be penetrated. To prevent your defense from breaking down, press square again. It doesn't work against certain attacks, however, so try not to depend on it excessively. Well, I don't know how to feel about that being the primary draw, Aaron, but yes, I think it's safe to say that the real-life JRPG party, by definition, is very handsome and thoughtful and other superlatives which I have yet to think of. That's the dream, to be called handsome as frequently as possible. Oh, speaking of handsome, someone has come back. She's settling a little bit more. What do you think, baby? Yeah, you can't stand this heat. It's worse on you than me because you've got the black back and you're so small. It's the worst kind of frustration, actually, because I can tell when it gets this hot. She really wants to be outside, but then she gets outside and it's so hot. And then because she's a corgi, she looks up at me judgmentally like, Dad, why can't you make it cooler? Isn't that a thing you can do? Come on, Dad. After my turn, sorry, dude, I don't have that power. But we're making it. Oh my, you're not going to get very far if you don't equip yourself with better things. Oh, come on, we've been doing a good job. Oh, these are better things, though. Big fancy city with all of its good equipment. Fine, we'll get chainmail for Reed. A lot of this is on a par with what we already have, though. Rude shopkeeper. Have to say goodbye to Reed's cool apple shield, I guess. And an iron wrist for Merity. I think that'll round us out. Good. Now let's get it all equipped before I forget. Round shield. Chainmail. Oh yeah, we got the ever-beloved bastard sword for Reed. I think you might have missed that. I think that's one that we picked up when I was grinding and finishing the treasures in Nostos Cave. Don't think we got anything for Farah. I think the other thing we got was, yeah, iron wrist for Merity. Awesome. What is going on in chat? What have we unleashed on this hump day? Yeah, the little one is doing what she can. I didn't forget to equip my things. But it was very cute. I think I've told the chat before that Evie, by virtue of partly growing up with a kitten, is definitely part cat. And so she expressed that cat part of herself last night. So I was getting ready to go and catch up on a bunch of work. And it's locked. I watched one episode of the show I'm working through with dinner, and then she just got up, and I think from the heat just decided, okay, I'm going to pass out and sleep for hours right on top of you, Dad. And so it's cat rules. I mean, once that happens, you're legally not allowed to move. So we just ended up binging more of the show instead, and I have no regrets. Wait! What is it? You aren't accompanied by a Celestian, are you? Oh, what gave it away? Of course not. I guess you're right. If all Celestians were little girls like her, we wouldn't have any trouble at all. So, learning more about the preconception and potentially the misconception about Celestians, that they are maybe big imposing brutes rather than little girls like Merity. Do you want to learn about the Celestians? Well, I want to learn what you think you know and have to teach me about the Celestians. You are wise. What do you wish to learn? Celestian appearance, abilities, civilization, and goals. Notice, I love every little thing about, well, really all the Tales games, but something cool that's going on here is you're in this kind of menu and context where you would expect a primer about something like world history or background context of a game, or even like the battle tutorials in Final Fantasy VII come to mind, when Cloud can have a conversation with someone and explain how the fighting systems work. But we have already seen enough about how this game's world is set up to know, as players, we're not actually going to be learning here about Celestian culture and appearance and what they're capable of. We're going to be learning about the Inferian conception of that. And so more about this inborn prejudice and maybe the origins thereof that everyday Inferians have towards Celestians without really any concrete basis for it that we've seen so far, and can then square it against our experiences with Merity, and if we come to see more about Inferia's conceptions or even Celestia itself as such as we go on in the story. Alright, so tell me what you think about Celestian appearance. Celestians' bodies are covered with hair, like a beast. Their faces are said to be scary enough to make your hair stand on end. I thought they were the ones with hair. You are maddeningly inconsistent. Okay, tell us about Celestian abilities. It's said that Celestians have long fingernails, sharp enough to cut stone. They can slice Inferians to ribbons in the blink of an eye. with their fingernails. It's monstrous, but in a very banal and gross way. Civilization. Tell us about Celestian civilization. I know, yeah, Grail. I think I said this at the top of the stream, but it's the kind of heat that just sneaks up on me, because when I'm outside just walking around, it doesn't feel like that much, but then afterwards just it gets inside you, and it can give you that brain fog, which is probably a precursor to heat stroke. Like, I came close to going for a run today, and then I looked at the temperature and I said, oh, that's probably actually a physiologically bad choice where I could really hurt myself. But it's dumb for the weather to be hot enough that you really have to think about that. Celestia is a place of total chaos. It's a world of murder and violence. And no civilization can possibly flourish in its wake of chaos. So notice, that's an interesting way to be casting Celestian society, especially coming from a place like Inferia City, because we've already seen in just the few conversations we've had that this is a very explicitly hierarchical and regimented society where there are people who belong to different classes, and classes are only permitted to interact in certain ways. And so there are a lot of social rules and norms which enforce this kind of order, which he's talking about. So the idea that that thing which they most fear, these unknown and seemingly unknowable Celestians, would also be chaos incarnate, is a really interesting portrait of the Inferian Empire's psychology and what it's done to its citizenry. Well, I mean, I think the best example for that is, I think there's a story, and I think it's true, but it's been a while since I've studied him, that Descartes did a lot of his philosophical work basically during a fever dream, like in a time in his life when he really was like stricken by fever and basically bedridden, and just worked through a lot of philosophy as a way of coping and making sense of the world. So I'm not going to say there's nothing to that. No, you can only stay in your body for fits and spurts. Speaking of which, anyway, Tales of Eternia. Transitions. You are wise. What do you wish to learn? One more. What are Celestian goals? The Celestians' goal is to reduce Inferia to defeat and despair. Nothing pleases them more than seeing pain and sadness brought to Inferians. So notice there's one curiosity which for me naturally follows from that, and this guy didn't answer. If the Celestians have as their goal they defeat and despair of Inferians, then why has there been no interaction between Inferia and Celestia for 1,000 years or more? Wouldn't you think that the Celestians would be constantly waging war against Inferians, or that it might be some setup similar to what we see between Dana and Rena at the start of Tales of Arise? Presumably, this kind of Inferian worldview of Celestia has an answer to that, but it's interesting that he doesn't offer that. The Seifert Sanctuary. Speaking of Seifert. Here at Seifert Sanctuary, we also lend our ears to the troubles of the common people. Making an aspect of religious virtue the fact that the church deigns to intrinsically invest in the concerns of commoners. Again, probably the only sanctuary in which they would say something like that would be Inferia City. Do you have more to say? No, that's it. Yeah, okay. How wonderful. A young swordsman, a country girl, and a foreign dancer. I can't wait to see how the story unfolds. When does the performance start? Oh, she thinks we're an acting troupe. Performance? We aren't actors. Oh, you aren't? Oh, all of you look so eccentric, I just assumed. I didn't know you were street performers. Well, I guess that's better than mistaking them for just rabble. This building is the Royal Playhouse. It's a prestigious playhouse with a 100-year history. So I'm going to give you another reminder. I think these will peter out, but maybe it'll end up being an interesting through line. That this game was released the same year as Final Fantasy IX, which is in ways much stronger than Tales of Eternia, quite explicitly theatrical in its storytelling and its thematic concerns. But it's interesting to me that in that context we also have a full-on playhouse here in Inferia City. I don't think so, Grail, because I think the title that we have for Merity right now is not the dancer title. Oh, no, it is performer. Okay, I thought that we already had her on Cramel Mage. Oh, I wish it were that easy, just changing title to go from student to graduate student. It's harder than that, as it turns out. Yeah, we've amassed a few more titles without my realizing it. Must be the level 20 titles. I don't think they let us know when we got those. Let's see. That's a good thought, Grail. Does that change any of the dialogue with her? No. We spoke with you already? It's the revival of the Tale of Altus Ve, a big hit from more than a decade ago. And remember, one of the things that they were researching in Minchi, we saw in one of the main auditoriums, was making sense of, I think, the history of Inferia, or maybe the history of Eternia, through the lens of the history of Altus Ve. So I told you at the time he would come back. Here he is. He's in a play. Welcome. If you hurry, you can still find a few seats. Well, but keep asking those questions as they come up, Grail, because I think you know as well as I, there are things like that in Tales of Eternia, so it is very much that kind of game. In all the best ways. Our feature play for today is the Tale of Altus Ve. Would you like to see it? And I would. And I tell you right now, we're not going to watch it at the moment, because I think it will be. I think you can still go back to the act after you watch it once, but I'm going to tell you the span of this. I think it is an 8-act play, and each act exponentially increases with regard to the amount of gold you have to pay in order to see it, which is very interesting, especially in a class-based city like this. The early acts of the play are within reach of virtually anyone, whereas really only the nobility, the social elite, or the JRPG heroes who are loaded to the gills with gold can see how things end. So we'll have a lot to talk about there. It's a really interesting centerpiece for the story, but I don't think it's worth picking up the earlier acts now and then going back much later. So that's how I did it in my first playthrough, and it was hard to make sense of the play as a whole because it had been so long since I saw the beginning of the play for the first time. So we will come back here. It doesn't time out, but we're not going to watch it at the moment. It's a good tale, you know, and it is. We can probably do a whole stream just on that, and I'm not exaggerating by that much. Well, yeah, if you ever want to think about costume-based storytelling or specific reactions to costumes, you could do a lot worse than the Tales of series, Aaron. One of the many great things about it. Whew, that sure is a splendid building. This is the Royal Observatory of Astronomy. They say that the top scientists from all over the world come here to do research. And remember, they were talking about this in Minchi too, so this observatory over here is basically the show where, you know, the best candidates for research positions go and study at Minchi, and then only the cream of that crop gets invited to study here at the Royal Observatory. So really the upper echelons of academic society all center on astronomy and observation and analysis of the cosmos. Welcome. I sell all kinds of food. Do you sell tomatoes? Oh, thank God. Finally. I was dying not having access to tomatoes. Just for that recipe, the garden salad. Gotta have those TP stores replenishable. Very good. Spending half our gold on food. I will not apologize. Please come again. Not even on food, just on ingredients. To think the king is just through this gate. When I grow up, I'm going to join the royal guard and serve the king too. Oh, I thought this was a storefront. Maybe it's... Oh, it might be to the left. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Equipped with a good weapon, I can be just as strong too. I ain't losing to some muscle-bound moron. Yo, it's your boy, Reed Herschel, you called? No, Reed's not a moron. He's just special. The Shop of Valor. Welcome. Good, okay, we have a little play in our budget. I want to give him the Heavy Grave. I'm probably just going to spec into balance for Reed. Because that's just what makes the most sense to me for his playstyle. I think that's what I did last time too. Alright, Reed. It's been fun with the Bastard Sword, but it's time for you to beef yourself up, my friend. Whistle that chirps like a bird. I'm sure you'll love it. Oh, well, I'm here. Might just sell some of our old items too. Probably don't want to sell that. Don't need those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, see? And this is the beautiful thing about a game with this kind of shop system. We're actually here and now going to recoup quite a bit our money. I might keep the poison and elemental weapons, though. Those strike me as useful to have around. Good. Oh, I should remember when we're going to make a big purchase that we have at least one charm bottle hanging around. But that's not something we need to use right away, nor is it something we should use right away. No, we used it last time, I think. I just didn't point it out because we didn't have reason to go to Reed's equip menu. So don't worry, it got its due. Just didn't give it the explicit respect it deserved at the time. This is the Royal Arena. If you trust your skills, why don't you put them to the test? How geeky! Excuse me? What are those clothes you're wearing? You look like a country boy. Put a sock in it. This is all I've got. You got a problem with that? Reed, cut it out. She's just a kid. I'm only telling the truth. It's no surprise that those who look like barbarians act like barbarians. Wow. Really leaning into the fact that the group is just evidently uncultured. But that's okay. That's why we're traveling the world. We're acquiring culture. You have to win the city championship before you challenge the national championship. That's the rule. If you overestimate your strength, you'll die. I hear you get a really big cash prize if you win the arena tournament. Mundane for kids! That's adorable. I love that. Just because they're monsters, that's no reason to put them on display, pitting them against humans. It's cruel. Notice, the second time we're thinking explicitly about the nature and now the moral content of monsters. You're not getting me to watch that awful arena tournament. I'm not watching no matter how exciting it looks. Keep an eye on that. We don't need a counter, but I'm going to tell you, it's not the last time something like that is going to come up. It's only going to become more relevant. I just love men who put their lives on the line to fight. Someone from the other end of the spectrum. There are 5 different punch and kick attacks: basic, ground, anti-air, air, and power. It's possible to chain together all of these to create various combos, which is what we've been trying to train ourselves to pull off with Farah. 1 popcorn over here! Oh, you're not a vendor. Yeah, but I mean, you can fill in the blanks there, Grail. You know, maybe they were dragged there by one of their friends or something like that. Maybe they didn't even know what the arena was about until they saw, and then they walked out and said, I'm not going to stand for this. But you're right. I mean, even that could also point to just the centrality of the arena to culture in the city. I mean, it takes up such prime real estate, you know? And so it might be one of those things where even if you have moral qualms, the society makes it infeasible to actually do what you take to be the morally right thing. A kind of flavor of perhaps what some people feel about vegetarianism and how they might think it's on net better or morally right not to eat animals, but that as a matter of practicality, it's hard for them to do that for whatever reason. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. No matter how badly you get hurt, you have nothing to fear. Thank you, nurse. Did you train with those maids at the inn? Kind of have the same vibe. Alright, I remember even the basic level of arena is hitting very, very hard. But we're here. I'm not going to not try it. But I'm also going to set expectations very low. We're taking signups for the City Championship of the Inferia Arena Tournament. Participation fee is 5,000 gold. I don't even think we have the money. Would you like to sign up? Sure, I'll do it. Alright, do you know the rules? Oh, I guess we did have enough gold. You must fight 3 rounds alone, win all 3, and you win cash and other prizes. You'll restore your HP and TP after each round, but you aren't allowed to use any items yourself. I think I just threw out 5k gold, so 'cause really, if it's what I remember, there's like no intro level really. You need to be pretty high level and equipped right away. But we'll see. The joke's on you all because I never feel pressure either way. That's my secret. I'm just always bad. You are now registered. Please proceed through the center door. Well, wish me luck. Notice this is just for Reed, even though we had Farah as the lead. Good luck, Reed. Go get him. I do really like the conclusion of this arena, even though it's redonkulous. So even if we don't get there, I imagine we'll get there to at least see it. So you'll experience it in one form or another. And now, our newest challenger, Reed Herschel! Give him a big round of applause. Woo! Yay, Reed! He's a barbarian! What's he wearing? Those clothes are ridiculous. Reed, tell us, how are you feeling? I don't know. And are you ready? Round 1 of the Inferia Arena Tournament. Ready? Fight! I scared. Yeah.
Sonic Blade.
Yep, that's about what I expected. I'll tell you, it obviously didn't help that it threw me right into Reed and I hadn't been playing as him and they didn't give me an opportunity to set his arts, but from experience going into that during my first playthrough when I had been playing as Reed, it would not have made a difference. They're just too overpowered for at least my skill level at this point in the game. But you can come back later. Huh? Where am I? Yeah, and that's the intro level. It only gets harder from there. Reed, you are awake. I lost? Don't worry. You did your best, Reed. Thanks for looking out for me. But I guess your best wasn't good enough. Well, it looks like I'm good as new. Come on, let's go. Thank God, now we're poor again. Well, we still have 2,400 gold. But yeah, that hurt the budget. No two ways about that. If I were playing on my own, there is a greater than zero likelihood I would just grumpily load the save that I put right before I paid the entrance fee, but going to be better than that for our live book club adventure together. Yeah, that's right, Grail. It was just burning a hole in my pocket. I don't suppose the king would be here. Reed, you monster, I wanted to see the creme de la creme of academia. Well, I guess we'll just have to hope we'll have reason to go there later. Alright. I think we've fished out everywhere in Inferia City, save the castle. It only took about an hour. An hour of exploring the capital of the empire. I think that's pretty good. I don't feel pressure. I feel a sense of obligation to the standards of the stream. That's not the same as feeling pressure. Oh no, it's not that I feel pressure to have pride, Aaron. It's just that I'm prideful. You're adding in too many steps. It's simply who I am. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Lord Rowan has been making advances on Princess Orende quite boldly of late. Now, of course, we don't know any of these characters yet, but try to keep these names in your mind, and I will try to help you because it will help later on. So we already had Lord Luwin. I think it was the other lord's name, whom the other commoner said she really wanted to meet. Now we have Lord Rowan, and we have a princess, Princess Orende. So it seems Lord Rowan has been making advances on Princess Orende quite boldly of late. Making advances? What, do I have to spell it out? A marriage proposal. P-R-O-P-O-S-A-L. Whoa! Does it mean the love triangle is official? Yeah, that's right. And we all know that Princess Orende has always carried a torch for Lord Luwin. There's the other lord that we heard about before. Are you suggesting that Lord Rowan is going to make a play for the princess while Lord Luwin is away? I think we're going to see bloodshed. Oh. So we learned a few things there. The princess is attracted to Lord Luwin. Lord Rowan is attracted to the princess. And Lord Luwin, who is beloved by the people, isn't around right now. I wonder where he could be. What if pride is coextensive with existence, though, Aaron? Who, Lord Rowan, Vegeta, making moves on someone's girl while the guy's out of town? My DBZ knowledge isn't deep enough to get the reference, but I can feel the reference. Here you go. And the bystander in the conversation is going to help us with some of the context. Let's see. Princess Orende is the royal princess. Lord Rowan is captain of the guard, and Luwin is the senior knight. Okay, so the princess at the head of the empire, presumably, daughter of the king, whom we haven't met yet, but whom we're on our way to meet. Rowan's captain of the guard, and Luwin is the senior knight. So not leader of the guard, but maybe a distinguished noble hero of sorts. Ah, I'm confused. Well, hopefully I have done at least a little bit to unconfuse you all, but don't worry. It's the kind of thing that you just can't get until you get more context. I was definitely adrift the first time I played this, but it will come back, which is why I'm belaboring it. Oh, I was Vegeta all along. I thought we decided I was Frieza a while ago. Make up your mind, chat. Which DBZ am I? Help me. Alright, through the gates to the castle. Finally, we get to meet the king. Inferia Castle. Another great track coming up here. What do you want? We would like to see the king. The king? This is a matter of grave concern for Inferia. The details are written in these papers. It's imperative that we see the king at once. Ha 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 ha! You can't be serious! Insolent fools! You want a trip to the dungeon? Or perhaps a beating right here? Whoa! Oh, Keel. We're leaving! Goodbye! They pick up Keel. I love that. Let's pick him up in the still, like, crumpled on the floor animation. Look at that! That's how guards are. They're all muscle and no brains. To think that our illustrious king is protected by those dingbats. Illustrious? Does that mean great? Yeah. After all, he is the king. Notice, maybe we're getting to understand and relate to Merity a little deeper because she was able to hear a word she wasn't familiar with and ask about its meaning in relation to a concept that she is familiar with, all while staying within the purview of the Or's earring. There was no instance there of her slipping back into Melnyx because she lost the plot of what Keel and the others were talking about. Yeah, after all, he is the king. Why is he great? I guess a Celestian wouldn't understand. Casual racism from the scholar. What? The king is a sacred, noble presence. He's fundamentally different from people like us. So, I would be punching above my weight class to talk about different, like, theories of sovereignty and models of kingship. There are many, and they're very interesting. And some other people in With a Terrible Fate have spoken and written a bit about this in the past, the more historically inclined of us. Like, I'm thinking of, shout out to Adam Bierstedt in particular. He wrote this great article, see if I can get it up for you, on making sense of King Rome in Breath of the Wild by asking and interrogating which historical models of kingship can help to explain what kind of king King Rome is. But there are some models that are pretty much exactly what Keel points out, saying that the king is the king and the royal lineage is what it is because it has had conveyed upon it this divine right of rule. So either the king is something like a god, or at least something that is divinely ordained and therefore has this special kind of standing and like religious significance that not only gives them authority to rule, but also puts them on like a different plane of existence and significance than the king's subjects. A sacred, noble presence that is fundamentally different from people like us in a world where we've already had in the explicit text questions of different levels of existence and what that looks like for people versus Kramels and other such beings who occupy different corners of the cosmos. Merity, doesn't Celestia have a king? No, we are all equal. No special people. So, night and day already. I see. Perhaps the reason Celestia is so barbarous is because they've never known the rule of a king. Celestians, not barbarians. So notice again, we're getting this kind of tenuous inference from the difference between order and chaos to then saying one people are better than the other, simply because they have a different kind of social structure. Come on, stop the fruitless debate. We should be figuring out what to do next. Let's go to the Royal Observatory of Astronomy. Yes, please. I'm in. You mean the tall building over here? Isn't that pan up so cool? Oh, and it opens, and it's observing the Orbis barrier, presumably. Maybe Celestia. That's right. It boasts the world's most precise telescope. Should they allow us to use it, we may be able to objectively determine if the Grand Fall is actually true or not. How do you know we won't get kicked out again? Top scientists from all over are gathered in the observatory. They are not muscle-bound guards. Then we should have no problem getting in. Let's go. It's an interesting commentary on the role of technology in the society, too. The idea that the uppermost social echelon of academia is also the institution with the most precise measurement devices in the world, so that they can actually, in a material way, get closer experiential access to what it is that they're trying to study and understand and theorize about than those academics who are over in Minchi and making the best do that they can with secondhand observations or their local observatory, things like that. Should we be in here? If it isn't okay, someone will tell us, right? What's this thing? It's an ancient map of the heavens made in the Melnyx era. I wonder how the ancient people hit upon this crazy idea. Notice also, this is when it's cool not just to be paying attention to these details, but also to be comparing and contrasting the various details that we see. So in the city already, we're getting more of the theme and discussion of past versus present and the value of what happened back in ancient times with people to whom we can't really directly relate anymore, versus people in the present who are part of our actual context and embodied lives. And so remember the globe that we talked about back in the Minchi Observatory, which was just something that people on Inferia had put together in an attempt to map Celestia. And Grail, it was actually you who pointed out, well, it's not clear how they would be able to put together an entire globe theorizing about the topography of Celestia if all they had to go on were observations from telescopes. Because if they have these fixed rotational axes like we might imagine, it's not obvious or even intuitive that Inferia would be able to see all the way around Celestia over some given sequence of cycles. But now, look at this model, which seems quite evidently more complicated than that model of Celestia. And it's a model of the entire cosmos that was put together back in the ancient times of this Melnyk era, and the civilization that is known for having been able to develop all of this much more advanced technology, like the Or's earring, which has been lost to time, so that they understood things that actually had not been transmitted into the present moment. So thinking not just about the past versus the present in terms of the past being something that's not there anymore, but also what it was that each of those contexts really understood about the world, and whether one of those was a more ample understanding than the other, or whether they could be conveyed or adjudicated with each other through some kind of intermediary that can bridge the past and present. All really interesting and pertinent questions throughout Tales of Eternia. I thought we could ask about that. Who's this guy? Claudio Zosimos. He's the chancellor of this Royal Observatory of Astronomy. He is also the leading academic authority in Inferia. You don't say. Portrait of Claudio Zosimos. Oh, is there a plaque here we can read? Ancient map of the heavens. There you go. Oh, here we go. Looks like some ancient artifact. It's an ores crystal, like the ores earring. These crystals were used to capture Kramels back in the Melnyx era. It later served as the basis for making Kramel cages. No kidding. Keel, by the way. What is it? You don't have to come out every time I find something. But I was just trying to help you, Reed. All right. If I have a question, I'll ask you, okay? Reed was just idly speculating about things and was put off by Keel actually telling him what things were. Fun, too, because, again, that's one of those little aspects of JRPG navigation where you don't really think much of it when one character points something out to another character. It's, oh, yeah, they're just making use of the party, they're conveying information to the player, but then when the characters actually step back and think about their dynamic, even just that little conversation can add so much to the interpersonal development between members of the party. Zosimos was the first person to succeed in measuring the distance from the surface to the Orbis barrier. That distance is 30, I'm going to go with Kalangis. Remember, Zosimos is the chancellor of this institution and also the leading academic in the world. Learning some about his history and how he came to be held in such high regard. The diameter of the Seifert ring, that's a new term, is believed to be 30 Kalangis. It slowly rotates clockwise, with one revolution taking exactly 1 day. Given that the Orbis barrier as a whole seems to be a ring on the outside and dark matter on the inside, we might infer that the Seifert ring is that outer part of the Orbis barrier, but that has not been expressed to us yet, so far as I can remember. And it also gives us a sense, perhaps, of how they measure time in this game that actually has day-night cycles, like we've pointed out. That, like, one fixed unit of progress in day and night, one day is equivalent to a revolution of the Seifert ring. So they're really orienting their worlds and their sense of time within it according to that fixed point in the sky. Well, put a pin in that, Grail, because that might end up being more prescient than we even realized, that last comment of yours. Understanding the Orbis physics through pictures. Oh, but they're not going to show us the pictures. See, that bums me out. If they're going to put a text in here about understanding the physics of presumably the Orbis barrier through pictures, I want to see the pictures. But again, that's not a shortcoming, because a big part of what this game is asking us to consider is when we have to fill in the blanks and what's being represented to us, like we were talking about with the low fidelity representation of the picture on the wall earlier. Is Eternia constant, or does it change over time? I just don't know. The Seifert ring supports the weight of Inferia and Celestia, a pillar supporting the world, if you will. Yeah, so presumably that ring in the middle, which constitutes part of the Orbis barrier, and which, if this text is to believe, also is crucial to the integrity of the overall balance of the cosmos that is Eternia. Also, virtually any one of these academics' questions about the nature of this world, or even the people arguing in the street about Seifert versus the king, you could blow out, I think, a whole interrogation of Eternia with an eye to any one of those and get a lot of really rich insights out of the game. If the sun is in the Orbis barrier, why is it in the same place at the same time every day? I have no idea. So see, what you asked about even just a few streams ago, Grail, in terms of the function of the day-night cycle relative to this overall world structure, it's not an idle question, and it's not one that's outside the scope of the game. The very academics in this world are also concerned about that. So pretty cool, because it's a game that has enough of a physics for people to have handholds for interrogating the nature of this world, but it's a game with a world whose nature is also riddled with these mysteries and seeming paradoxes that people can't quite wrap their brains, or more to the point, their models around. The Great Soaring Tree. How's that for an esoteric painting with no further context. You can see it. That one's definitely clear. A great soaring tree. And we know where there's a tree, there's a symbology in a Tales of game. But as for now, that's all we have to go on there. I don't know how to, and I won't respond to that, Grail. I will tell you that this is a world that is deeply academic and concerned with understanding its nature, and so it makes sense that society would have developed in such a way that there is an academic type that has developed this kind of institution for interrogating the world, since so much of the themes of the story is concerned with the nature of analyzing ourself and our place in the broader cosmos. So that's probably why it's here in the fiction. Observatory assistant wanted. Good eyesight, dexterity, math skills, and patience is a must. Yeah, I imagine, even having spent just a little bit of time in an observatory, one really needs patience to get stuff done there. I agree, Arise is a perfect game, and I'm really excited to continue analyzing and celebrating the many ways in which it's a masterpiece with all of you. the loudest, clumsiest, flirtiest assistant in the world. Could be one of those cases where she's so laughably bad that the other researchers would take her to be some sort of like esoteric marvel, and so like their own observations and inferences would sharpen and contrast with her in an attempt to make sense of her, which again, pretty on brand for some of the things this game is thinking about. The Bridge of Light. That's a new term. Fact versus legend. And even here, right? So it's no surprise in a Tales of game that we're thinking about not just unclear and vague histories, but also this weird liminal space between historical events and mythology and legend, but in a game which is also centrally concerned with what it means to scientifically interrogate those histories and the fundamentals of reality. It stands to reason, and we're seeing it here, that the game would also be concerned with disambiguating the reality from that which is just mythos or a form of expression, leading us right back to what we've been talking about in terms of the philosophy of language and what it takes to grasp and understand one another through communication as well. So we have this idea now of fact versus legend with respect to the Bridge of Life, a revised edition by Transin Balir. Transin Balir. That's a name we might want to put in our back pockets in case it comes up again. I'm sure it won't, but just in case. What? You're telling me that my theses and inferences don't agree with the entire internet? This is brand new information. What if I told you the internet could stand to watch the lecture that I gave on Tales of Arise at PAX West a year ago? Because they could, and I'm not interested in talking with you if you haven't. Hey Keel, it's off limits to visitors. We're not visitors, we have a purpose. So, even that, a sense of belonging insofar as you have a purpose for being somewhere. Keep an eye on those purpose-driven lines as the quest is borne out and people make sense of why they are in places. Stop right there. It's in regard, not in regards. You're poking the bear tonight, Grail. You got the bear up. Bear's coming out. No unauthorized persons are allowed inside. Let us go to the observation room. We absolutely must use the telescope. What are you going to do? I want to measure the change in distance between Inferia and Celestia. But it's true. I will take that I'm the world's least subtle human being. And you know, I think one of the many things we could stand to learn from JRPGs is that in most cases, subtlety is overrated. Say what you mean what you say, and let's more critically and with greater clarity interrogate these things about which we're so passionate in the first place. Chances are we'll all be a little better for it and find new value in them by the time we're done. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis. The change? The distance between Inferia and Celestia never changes. Taking the measurement is pointless. So notice, even now as we're getting into the plot and what it is that they're actually debating, we're recapitulating what the researcher on the previous floor was speculating about when he was standing there asking, man, is Eternia this changeless thing? Or is it always evolving? Is it the case that you really can't step in the same river twice? Or is it that all is one and there's no conceptual distinction at all? You would think that in a world structure like this, where everything is so rigidly fixed, and yet there are these senses of progress, such as a day-night cycle, that would be a real pressing experiential concern, and also a deeply unsettling philosophical one, which seems to be borne out right here in terms of the ideology in the background that's motivating people to either be interested in or try to stifle the idea of something like grand fall or world chain collapse theory. There are deep philosophical and existential stakes in it based on one's theoretical commitments in the background. Taking the measurement is pointless. How can you be so sure? Do you take periodic measurements? Well, no, but we did take one about 2 years ago. Aren't those measurements a little outdated? Watch who you criticize. All measurements are carried out systematically under Chancellor Zosimos' orders. If you come anywhere near the observation room, I'll call the guards. Those muscle-bound goons you're so fond of. Thank you, Aaron. And thank you, Grail. Your clever bear pun has bought you another day of life here on the Tales of Praxis stream. You've earned your keep for one more episode. Please, at least read my thesis. Oh God, is Keel me? I already knew that. Anybody familiar with the light Cramel theory would understand its significance immediately. And I'll remind you at this point, not only was Keel doing research in the light Cramel lab at Minchi, but also there was some sort of background discussion and rumor mill that light Cramel theorists were not really taken seriously, and that their research was in a little bit of a fraught relationship with respect to the other more established disciplines of fire Cramel research and water and wind, the other elements which have been identified now as the primary Cramels of Inferia, if Undini is to be believed. But anyone familiar with light Cramel theory would understand the significance of Keel's thesis immediately. Stay back! What is your problem? Let's go. We'll be in serious trouble if he calls the guards. Keel. They're still away. Of course I'm going to check right away. Come any closer and I'm calling the guards. What was all that ruckus? I'm very sorry. I'll clean up right away. Who could that be? You're still speculating about the sun. Still a good question. I'll let you know when we've solved it. A corollary of what we've been saying about the scientific approach to this mystically oriented world is, I think it will be rewarding for us to keep track of which puzzles we're actually able to disappear through analysis and fully resolve, and which other puzzles we're able to understand and appreciate and perhaps transform into questions or ways of thinking that are intelligible or meaningful on different levels, like a spiritual insight or emotional or what have you. Everything that's par for the course for a Tales of game. Because presumably in a game like this, and we're seeing this borne out in the scientists, there'll be those two classes of data where there are some things that you can actually derive clear-cut conclusions for, and there are some things which are more like koans, where at least relative to the human experience, we can't decide one way or another, like, how does the sun relate to this Eternian world structure? But we can get a vantage point from which to derive meaning and something of value from that puzzle itself all the same. Don't lie to me, Grail. It's not the first time your life has been saved by something like that. We both know it. Ugh! It's appalling to think that an idiot like him is a researcher at one of the finest institutions. The finest, I think. Keel, before you blame others, maybe you ought to admit your failures. You haven't been correct with any of your predictions up to this point. Man, that's an incisive and mature thing for Reed to be spouting this early in the game. Hey, watch what you say. Keel is trying as hard as he can to help Merity and save the world. Right? Right. Yeah, that's what Keel is up to. He really wants to save the world. It's not about proving the validity of his thesis or researching Merity or anything like that. So what should we do? Are there any other ways we can meet the king? There is. The Seifert Sanctuary. So we pray for Seifert's help? The church worships the Seifert ring as a symbol of their faith. Surely, they must have noticed the unusual appearance of the Seifert ring. So religious practice can actually help Keel to access the data that he needs to prove his thesis. We'll be fine this time. Okay, no problem. Let's do it. And notice that's another aspect of just the symbolic expression and different layers of meaning in something like language or a particular object. Just like one word can be heard as two different things and interpreted in different ways by two different people, so too are we seeing in terms of religious versus scientific inquiry, the very same object, like the Seifert ring out there in the Orbis barrier, can be seen as a religious icon that has a particular spiritual content and function in worship for this religious practice, can also be a scientific instrument and datum for astronomical measurements for people who belong to the academic world, like the Royal Observatory and such. Okay, no problem. Let's do it. If JRPGs have taught me one thing, Pottery, it's that churches are always on the up and up, and there's never anything subversive or ulterior going on. Let's head for Seifert Sanctuary on the east edge of the town. Although I will say, because I'm not going to spoil too much, but just I can't be snide about that this early on in Tales of Eternia without also pointing out, if you are someone who is interested not only in mystic practice within JRPGs, but also the range of ways in which JRPGs represent, let's say, the cultural impact of religions, I think this is a really interesting game for that, because I think it gives us a complex portrait, but not a cynical one, and has some really uplifting and interestingly provocative things to say about the role of religion in daily life and also like cultural trajectory over time. Let's head for Seifert Sanctuary on the east edge of town. Aaron, I'm preaching to the choir. Pun absolutely intended. I know I don't have to sell you on this. I know. I wish you'd played more of the JRPGs and just other games that have been on my mind recently, because I know I keep saying it, but I'm spending a lot of time thinking about this notion of games as a mystic practice, and we should just talk about that at some point. I think it'd be interesting to pick your brain on that, and we'll have to find some text that we can wrestle with that about together. Oh no, it's Groundhog Day. The stream has started over. We're talking about Persona again. The glass. It is so pretty. Isn't that a cool shot? Because it is beautiful glass, but really you only see it in that one pan down. Remember when we went here earlier, this is the vantage point that we get of the sanctuary, so you're actually not able to see that gorgeous ceiling. It's stained glass depicting the god of creation, Seifert. Okay, so now we've gotten the first relatively clear definition of who or what Seyfert is. Not just a religious figure, but a god, the god of creation. Seyfert. Kui. Quakey seemed to have some feelings about that. Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. Let's do it. Telling you, it's part of the magic of Tales of Praxis. The more we can develop a common vernacular and background in terms of the games we're playing and also the games we're using as a medium for wrestling with the broader considerations of storytelling and art in games, the more productive our conversations and analytic and artistic relationships with one another can become. Not feasible at scale, of course, because part of the beauty is also we all have such diverse backgrounds in the games that we love to play, but even just a little bit of intersection in those Venn diagrams, I'm telling you, that can go a long way. Sorry to bother you, but I'd like to speak to the Archbishop. I am Archbishop Galvani. Archbishop, my apologies. How rude of me. That's all right. So, what would you like to talk about? I'd like to speak to you about the peculiar change in the Seyfert ring. Ah. Do you know about the dark matter in the Seyfert ring? It seems to be expanding at the rate of 300 langs? I'm going to go with langs. 300 langs a year. Yes, of course. The Sanctuary is aware of the change, and I believe the Grand Fall will occur because of the change in the dark matter. Inferia and Celestia are coming closer to each other. Collision appears to be inevitable. Please, could you report this matter to the king and... What idiotic nonsense! How dare you associate the dark matter, the sign of the second coming of Seyfert, with such disaster? And now, suddenly, where we thought that those two different means of interpretation, the religious and scientific meanings of the Seyfert ring, would provide a path to progress, we have instead found friction and an intellectual impasse. Whoa! The dark matter is a blessing! So that's why my theory was rejected at the university. Ah, even at the university, Keel is now beginning to think religion has an influence, and so his research was heretical. Seize them! Hand them over to the guards. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Mega yes, sir. Uh-oh, let's get out of here. Seize them! Don't let them escape! And here we all thought that everything at the Sanctuary would go right.
Grab them.
Ah, notice, now the voices come in. Rowan! We heard about him. Do you remember who he is? I'll help you. He's the captain of the guards, and he's smitten on the princess.
You're joking.
Damn.
No, I'm scared. Otoy muti, pai muti, tidumyanti.
It's interesting, too. It almost seems in that context like her fear is a sort of emotional catalyst for her slipping back into Melnyx and not being able to relate to anyone else. So maybe even in a sense like she's retreating into herself. So I wonder, that's interesting because the Or's earring is showing that we're not capable of translating what she has to say. But when she so retreats within herself, I wonder how well she'd even be able to express herself to someone else who does speak Melnyx.
Reed? What now?
Good question. I'm Captain Rowan Lamoa of the Imperial Guards.
And, as Aaron reminds us, I am trapped in a love triangle. Please help me. Yeah, that's true, Padre. I noticed that too, just the fact that there were so many more bodies there when we showed up the second time. Usually not a good indication.
Surrender. Resistance is futile and will only hasten your deaths.
What are you gonna do with us?
Spreading lies all over town about the destruction of the world. Kneel before the king and accept your death sentence.
Literally all we were trying to do was get to the king in the first place. We would love to see the king. Death sentence, I don't know about that part.
You mean...
What do we do? Shall we take a chance and rumble? Let's surrender quietly. Think about it. It's a chance to gain the ear of the king.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and receive the death sentence.
That's another line reading that's just so on point for me.
It's a one-shot chance to turn the tables.
I got you. I hope this works. I hope too.
I promise it'll work. We surrender.
Reed doesn't like being places other than home, but he also doesn't like being shown up. Speaking of pride, he's got some of that. Hey, Keel, when's it going to happen? When are we going to get our chance to turn the tables? He said at the bottom of what looks like an inescapable well. What will happen to us? We're going to be all right. Right? Damn it. I can't believe we got thrown in here like this. Isn't this great too? Because not only does it seem so transparently hopeless seeing them there, but you must agree with me that this track that's playing right now sounds like game over music. It really feels like they have made the wrong decision and stumbled into a fail state, excuse me. Through no intercession on the part of the player. They just failed this way on their own. Oh yeah, Inferia City's great. Did I forget to tell you that? Shh, I can hear voices above us. Well, I very slightly turned up the master volume because I obviously can't manage the individual tracks right now, since we're in a cutscene. But let me know if that was enough, Grail. I can keep playing with it a bit. I shall pass sentence. You have deceived us in an attempt to throw our country into turmoil. The spreading of sedition is a crime of the highest order. You are hereby sentenced to death. What does death sentence mean? Are we in trouble? Death sentence? Please, listen to what we have to say. If you would investigate, you'll see what's really causing the grand fall. This, the verticality of this scene I love, and also, isn't it so cool how after going through the city and seeing, just in terms of the social atmosphere, the stratification of class, now a clear symbol for that stratification where these outsiders who are not trusted by the nobility are actually sequestered away in this prison that is literally and symbolically so far below them and completely out of sight of them, where they have to shout to be heard at all. They seem to be shouting something. Arende! Remember, that's the princess. Nothing but the blather of foolish criminals. It is not for you to hear, Princess Arende. I love you, that's my thing. What are they saying? Father, what are they saying? Arende, you should pay no heed to the talk of commoners. Your beautiful heart will be sullied. They are rude and violent ruffians who live in a different world from yours. Can't you see? Look at them down there, in that dirty, dank pit where we've put them as punishment. That world is nothing like ours. It's a different world. Look at the bars. They're on the wrong side of the bars that we put them on. Rowan, quit your dawdling. Silence the criminals at once. Yes, milady. Prepare to flood the tank. You know who she reminds me a little bit of? The Queen, I guess. She reminds me a bit of Maltran. A bit more on the nose, as you say, Grail, but a little bit of that same energy. I'm feeling faint. Rowan. Begin flooding. No one ever heard from them again. Bye-bye! Let go of me. Damn it. Let us out of here. Un conillo! Undini! Undini, help us! Help! We're going to drown! I guess we can't call on the greater Kramels as if they're servants. Especially Undini, who, I will remind us, despite agreeing to help with respect to the Grand Fall, was very holier than thou in terms of her status as being above that of humans. And kind of something of a parallel to this. I found it. What? Let's stop struggling. We can't escape our fate. We might as well face our deaths with peace and tranquility. Wow, ever the defeatist, Keel. Keel! Farrah's not going to stand for that. Don't give up now. I'm not going to die in a dank and gloomy place like this. My girl. Look, down there, there's a valve. Yes, and that's a great point also, Grail. It is worth pointing out that this is much more of torture than just a pure death sentence. And also, don't forget, this is in a world where we have already learned the fundament of life is the water Kramel. So they are using the most basic instance and precondition for life to enact a sentence of death on these basically innocent travelers who are just trying to help. And there is a special kind of perversion to that, for sure. A valve to drain the water? Maybe. Let's dive under and see. Hey, wait. It's dangerous. Yeah, but somebody's got to do it. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it goes. No! Okay, I'll do it. Thanks, Reed. Everyone liked that. This is still a cutscene, by the way, if that was not clear to folks. Oh! It won't open. Huh? Where's Keel and Merity? Oh, they left before us. What? Left? You mean there? A rope dropped down from above, see? Huh? You mean my effort was for nothing? Well, thanks for trying. Oh, hey, Reed. Nobody ever heard from Reed again. That took all he had. Be grateful. Your sentence has been commuted, thanks to Chancellor Zosimos of the Royal Observatory of Astronomy. You are Chancellor Zosimos? Recognize him? He's the one who walked in after they left the observatory. Are you the one responsible for writing this treatise? Yes, sir. You've read my paper, sir? You imagine going from, like, no one being willing to read your thesis to the most important and influential figure in your field reading your thesis? And almost being drowned in between. What a 24 hours our boy Keel has had. We measured the distance between the worlds and discovered that the worlds to be 2,000 langs closer than before. Just as I thought. So long as we fail to understand the cause of this phenomenon, we cannot pass final judgment. As such, it would be regretful to let the death sentence stand. Regretful, interesting choice of words, Zosimos. Thank you. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. The Queen does not think it is wonderful. Mirende, don't interrupt. Your Majesty, I shall now assume full responsibility for these individuals. Very well. Take care to remain vigilant. Yes, sire. There's still much that needs to be investigated. Will you cooperate with me? Yes, of course. Gladly. You may all remain within the castle for the time being. Yes, sire. The guest room is on the second floor of the West Tower. Go when you wish. I will follow later. Keel's living some aspect of my dream, Grail. I kind of felt that way with applying to grad schools when a lot of people not really knowing how to engage with my work, and then one of the bigger folks in a field that I'm really interested in actually did read it and liked it, and is now probably going to end up being at least one of my advisors. So sometimes, kids, things like that work out, and you don't even have to be almost drowned in the middle. So notice so many cool and interesting things about that, and what a striking set piece that you don't really get a clear analog to in other Tales of games, at least that I can think of off the top of my head. But they were damned by the religious arm of this empire, branding Keel a heretic, and it was the scientific arm of the empire, the one who actually researches and looks closely and verifies through data, rather than falling back on the practice which asserts and affirms its own validity just by the weight of its own dogma, that they were actually saved. It was Osmos coming and saying, wait, I actually read this guy's thesis and I did the measurements, and we have to find out more. We have to get more data and experience more in order to derive our own conclusions from it, that turned things around and opened the Crown's mind to at least allowing these kids to live and see things through for a few more moments at a minimum. All right, friendos, I'm going to take a couple-minute intermission to reorient myself. Then we're going to keep on rolling. I'm interested to see how far we get this evening, but miles to go. We'll certainly find our way out of Inferia City at a minimum. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a tick. Process that harrowing near-death experience we all just shared together. How about that? Previously on Tales of Praxis, everyone almost died. But we made it out. Now you're back up to speed. It's a good question, Grail. I raised a few times on previous streams that I would love input on if people are feeling more of a 3-hour or 4-hour regular stream. I had geared up to 4 from the regular 3 for the Xillia games just because it was my first time working through them, so I figured I would want to digest it in larger chunks. I haven't been sure what the right pacing would be for chunks of Tales of Eternia story, not least of which because it's an older game that was pre-streaming, and so I feel like its cadence is just a little bit different. So I've been trying to feel it out and kind of wrap up somewhere in between 3 and 4 hours just as we go. But I will say, I know it can be helpful to plan things based on like a fixed sense of how long the stream is going to be. So I'm happy to put a flag in the ground and say 3 or 4 hours. Just people need to give me input because I don't love unilaterally making that call. So I can remind people of that on Discord too. But yeah, let me know if you have strong inclinations one way or the other. Or if you don't, that's okay too. And then I can just make a unilateral decision. But yeah, for now, let's feel things out and see how they go tonight. See if we can catch a good stopping point when the time window at least approaches. That's probably beyond the pale for me right now. In my heart, I would. Oh my, who are you? Prince Arende. Those are strange garments you wear. Yeah, that's what everyone keeps telling me. I saw clothes that were similar when the circus performers were invited to the castle. Everyone thinks we're street performers. Commoners, what are you doing with Princess Arende? Huh? Oh, nothing. Get out of here. Wow. Brutal. Can we go back in? No. It's locked from the inside. No one wants to sully the princess with exposure to the common folk. That idea also, and the phrasing the queen used of like sharing space or words with the party, making the princess unclean. Notice that was a pretty religiously coded turn of phrase too. Like they would somehow dirty or soil her soul just by expressing themselves to her. Maybe I could improve it by using boiling water next time. Oh, yes, it is I, Igor. My goal is I'm the scientist who makes the torture even worse every single time. Maybe poison would be more interesting. I'll come up with something. I wanted to see if he was speculating about even further kinds of torture. Oh, see, we can even have the cathartic experience of filling it up with water now that no one is at risk of being killed with it. Hey, don't play around. Well, and notice also, Grail, I think that's a great case of what we've talked about before with reference to games like Tales of Symphonia, of the characters self-consciously being concerned with the symbolic content of their own world and story, because I think part of where that impulse comes from with respect to those who surround the princess is the idea that the princess is not so much a person as she is this symbol and this divinely ordained figure similar to the king because she's part of that royal lineage. And so for her to associate with commoners, it's not so much like it's something that's bad because it could hurt her directly, but because it hurts this whole institution of the royal family and the influence and standing that they have on the world. So it's interesting because it might have seemed in that scene like everyone around her was deeply concerned for the princess, but maybe with the exception of the captain of the guard who really does have feelings for her, probably the others were more concerned with the institution of the princess rather than Arende per se. This is the king's audience chamber. You shouldn't be in here without permission. Stop me, why don't you? Don't walk on the carpet in those filthy shoes. Too late. Hey. I just wanted to talk to this person. What do you think you're doing? Do that again and I'll have you punished. I just wanted to talk to you. Who are you? Can we go up this way? Nope. Alright. Guess we'll never be able to talk to him. Or her. Can't really tell. This, I think, is the way out of the castle. Memory serves. Yeah. The king is truly generous, granting forgiveness to the likes of you. Don't think that the permission to enter the castle makes you something special. More maids. Do you know? Do you know the real reason Lord Luine's mother killed herself? Ah, we're learning more about Lord Luine's family, even though he's not here right now. So his mother killed herself, and it's for reasons shrouded in mystery. Oh, tell me, please! I heard something happened between her and the Queen. Really? What? What was it? That I don't know. But I heard there's a person who saw the two quarreling right before the suicide. Really? What was the vibrating about? Just vibrating with excitement, I guess. The Queen is so uptight and strict. That's putting it mildly. Shh! You never know who's listening. Whoops, you're right. Shh. Lord Luine's mother sure was a pretty lady. Oh yes, she was a kind and elegant lady, and always had the sweetest fragrance. She always had a fondness for those yellow flowers, getting more flowers in a Tales of game, and this an early one at that. As pleasant as a spring breeze she was. So the head knight, I think that was Luine's title, is beloved by the Empress and has a past shrouded in tragedy, with a mother who is presumed to have killed herself after having words with the suspicious Queen, probably more to their relationship. It's burning! Oh, we already did the fire Kreml lab. That's old hat for us. Ah! It's boiling! Well, that's new. Is there really not going to be a Wonder Chef recipe in here? Oh my god. NPC, please. NPC, please don't stick us here forever. Oh, for real? Are you not going to turn around? Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to have to reboot the game just because of that stupid NPC. Those bellows look like they should be a Wonder Chef. But they are not. What about on that side? Oh my god. I'm almost beyond trying. Because that NPC is so frustrating. No, I don't think there's anything here. I can't even try the stew. It looks so good. Yeah, crazy spoiler plot twist, I know. Aaron's hungry. No one ever would have guessed that. But he's never hungry. No name for that picture, but it looks inviting from that little vista we get of it. Ah, nothing like a good old-fashioned dungeon. Inferia has enjoyed a long period of continuous peace. It's something we appreciate, but for that reason, we have no soldiers with actual combat experience. That's interesting. So it's a world that has this pent-up resentment for Celestia, but has actually never had to defend itself in known history. So it's more of just a ceremonial guard more than anything else. I know, Grail, I'm sorry. I've ruined the rest of the playthrough for you. Revealing my hunger to the group. The captain of the guard doesn't seem to like Lord Luine very much. I guess he sees Luine as his rival. What a mess. I just hope it doesn't affect their performance. I haven't seen Lord Luwine recently. Wonder if he's out investigating a distant land, far away from the castle. A mother who died under mysterious circumstances, and a head knight who is away under mysterious circumstances for some unknown journey. I think that is one implication that probably stands to reason, Grail. Yeah. The guards are probably, what's the turn of phrase? All hat and no cattle? All bark and no bite? Oh my lord! Why are commoners walking around inside the castle? The castle is a sacred area reserved for the people wearing the shiny chokers. A sacred air not unlike that of the sanctuary. Ooh, how about this garden, huh? I'm sick and tired of eating 7-course meals at the castle. I want to eat commoners' food once in a while. Wham! My diamond shoes are too tight. Like a hamburger. Ah, someone speaking Reed's language. Yes. We can join the Hamburger Alliance. Hamburgle some hamburgers. You're so lucky. You can get your clothes as dirty as you want. I get scolded whenever I even get a tiny stain on my clothes. These are, I guess, the noble youths, right? Playing in what little ways they can. Would you mind being quiet, please? I'm having a conversation with these flowers right now. Ah, talking to flowers. Where else have we seen that? The flowers' voices are so low. I have to listen really carefully. The day of the Aurora War. Statue of Seifert. Okay, so we have a new term which marks a historical event, the Aurora War. And notice, that seems to be an event that's fixed in history, and it seems to be representing Seifert. So even though we now have a clear identification of him as the god of creation, there seems to be maybe even this dual nature to Seifert, which you get in a lot of religious figures, where Seifert may be at once a man and mortal in nature, and also a god, something divine which transcends the mortal domain. So there you go, that's our first named physical representation of Seifert. Not sure what this fountain is supposed to be, some kind of mythic creature, no doubt. Arresting, to say the least. The old man felt to me more like a butler, like someone who was trying to look after the castle and was kind of offended that we were there. The rest, I think, are nobles. Okay, we made our little loop. And that is the princess's room. Good, so I think we successfully fished out all of the castle except for the guest quarters. So now we can go there. Surprised we didn't find a wonder chef. It's fluffy and soft. There are only 2 beds? Of course not. This isn't a peasant house. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is nice and soft too. An embarrassment of riches. Literally. Listen up, commoners. Henceforth, discussion contrary to Inferia Empire doctrine will not be tolerated. Wow. Trying this new thing. It's called absolute hegemony. If you disobey me, you shall be sentenced to death immediately. Is that clear? And isn't it funny going down to the guards' quarters and hearing that they haven't had to fight a real battle in anyone's current lifetime? Because that immediately makes all of Rowan's text smack of grandstanding and bluster, like, listen everyone, I'm really important. I'll kill you if you don't listen to me. I'm the boss. Don't fact check or question it, but what I say goes, okay? Like he's a kid playing a part in a way that's hard to get until you get more context, but you can if you do the research and talk to people. Crystal clear. Okay. The death penalty is scary. It sure is, Meredy. I want you out of here as soon as possible. It's starting to stink like peasants. Whew, we're finally done. Huh? Done? There's nothing to worry about anymore. Keel and Zosimos are going to figure out what's behind the Grand Fall. And when they do, the king will do something about it. Meredy seemed less confident in that. I'm finished with the adjustments. Good job. What's your name? Keel Zabel. If the distance between the two worlds is changing, we'll have to recalculate a large variety of measurements. Keel, will you help us? Me? Of course. And so we've accomplished our role. Our long journey is over. Now we can sit back and relax. We did it, guys. The shortest Tales of Praxis group study to date. Even shorter than Beyond the Dawn. We finished Tales of Eternia and saved the day. Because Reed never lies. It is not over. Meredy must return to Celestia with the greater Kramels. Oh, maybe I was premature. I apologize, guys. Return to Celestia. Reed not over yet. Can't breathe. Don't forget that mysterious light. That's right. There's still work for us to do. We shouldn't be relying on the king for everything. We have to at least find out how to get Meredy home to Celestia. That's easier said than done. No problem. We can do it if we work together. Right, Meredy? No problem. Thank you, Farah. If only Reed could be more like you. Meredy, let's go sleep in the other room. No, Meredy want to be with Reed. We all sleep together. No! Why? No is no. Why not? Good night. I'm too tired for this. See? Reed says he's going to sleep. Okay. Now I'm wide awake. Not the insomnia. I'm a little tired. Keel, take over for me. Yes, sir. Do you know how to operate it? Yes, I learned how at the university. Another telescope shot. Incredible! Oh, I think we're looking at the surface of Celestia. So this is Celestia. Not exactly a vacant and dead planet. Keel. Keel. Oh, my apologies. I got a little carried away. Can I help you? Yes, I've been wondering, what led you to predict the Grand Fall in the first place? Well, it was Meredy. No, I mean, it just hit me all of a sudden. Oh, he was so starstruck that he almost let slip he was traveling with a Celestian. I see. Well, you'll have to tell me all about it sometime. But first we have to finish our work. I guess Keel stayed up all night. He's probably caught up in his research. I'm sure Keel can... Keel! He looked tired just from his walking animation. Did you figure out what's causing the Grand Fall? Not yet, but we're getting there. I knew you'd be giving it your all. You must be tired. You should sleep. Shh! Someone's coming. Please, if the Queen should see you here. I beg of you, I want to speak with the commoners just this once. 3 guesses who this is. Oh, you are all awake. What an honor to have the princess come along to awaken us. And also Rowan, but we don't care about you because you're a jackass. The reason why... I asked him to let me come along. I was worried about all of you. Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, we've been able to get plenty of rest. You are pretty. More pretty than the stained glass in the sanctuary. That is high praise. Oh yeah, I love that track, Grail. I'm telling you though, I think you can find something like that to love in all of these tracks. Probably all of the Tales tracks, period, but I'm not... You tee me up with any of these Eternia tracks and we can go off talking about why it's so magical. Why, you impertinent little dog! Thank you. I am Arende, the Princess of Inferia. Rende? Me, Meredy. Teehee. Now this is interesting. I forget whether they explain this. So, remember, the explanation that we have for why the party is able to communicate with Meredy is the synchronicity of their Or's earrings. We haven't gotten anything to indicate that the nobility also have Or's earrings that are able to sync up with her, unless they just have them as a matter of course because they are nobles, and nobles can afford all of the fancy accoutrements of whatever. But it's at least worth noting and asking for an explanation of why Arende and presumably Rowan and others are able to understand and communicate with Meredy much more readily than the party was initially able to. No, that's not a good answer. It's just a plot hole is not a good answer. I'm not satisfied with that. But keeping it in mind and looking for an explanation is not unwarranted. The king is about to make an important announcement in the audience chamber. Usually only nobles and royalty are invited, but Chancellor Zosimos have seen to it that you can attend. If you have no objections, come now. No thoughts, head empty. You know what it might be? I'm thinking back to the way that she has asked about and learned the meaning of particular words. Like when they were telling her about the king before. I forget the word she was asking about, but you remember? She said, oh, what does that word mean? Is that like great? Are you trying to say that he's great? One potential explanation that you could go with, if we're to assume that nobility and others aren't using Or's earrings, but also that they're able to understand Meredy, might just be that after Meredy synchronized with the party and they were able to communicate, Meredy was able, through interacting with them, to gradually learn the native language of Inferia on her own terms. So it might be like building outward from her personal connection with them and communicating with them, she's able to gradually acquire the language to just communicate with anyone in the culture. That feels to me like a good story of how communication happens generally, and also in terms of the meaning of what it took to form an emotional bond as a party that could then extend outward to others. Yeah, I feel like there's something there, Aaron. Unless we get some alternative explanation. So again, not a plot hole, and it's a good lesson with a lot of these puzzles, like I was saying, in terms of trying to analyze and see what you could answer versus which puzzles are just brute facts about the universe that ask you to sit with the puzzle rather than looking for an explanation, something more mystic. When you feel something, especially in a game that seems otherwise coherent, but notice something that seems like a plot hole, instead of writing it off, try to ask yourself, okay, being charitable to this game and believing that it's really working and using all of its resources to say something that is worth considering, how might we use the resources of the game to explain that plot hole, that thing that might be imagined to be a plot hole, and resolve it in a way that actually teaches us something new about the world and renders it coherent and consistent with the rest of the story. And in my experience, I can readily say more often than not, if you just take that initial standpoint and ask the charitable question, and lean on all of the things that you've already considered with respect to the game and its elements and what it is that it's saying, you can find an answer that is not just you talking out of your ass or reaching beyond the game, but actually pointing to things about the text and what you've seen within it that can resolve what would otherwise be a plot hole and give you something even more meaningful in the bargain. I would like to speak to them a little more. You mustn't, my lady. The commoners were allowed within the castle walls because we have a crisis. By no means is this a standard practice. Crisis? We have a crisis? Well, when will he return? If he were here, we wouldn't have anything to worry about. So she's talking about Lewin, Lord Lewin, if you didn't catch that, the head knight. Oh, how I want to see him again. He is surely a great senior knight. However, I'm confident that my swordsmanship, lineage, and loyalty are just as impressive. Please, princess, notice me. I, Rowan Lamoa, am ready to travel to the ends of Orbis for the princess. I must be on my way now. I wouldn't want to be late and upset mother. Farewell. Ah, unrequited love. I wonder what the king has to say. He'll likely reveal the plan for dealing with the Grand Fall. We need greater Kramos! I've discussed it with Chancellor Zosimos, but I don't know if he managed to gather sufficient objective evidence. How about that objective evidence? Yep, and that also, I would say, Grail, is the sign of a good explanation if you're really sitting with and experiencing the game and focusing all of your faculties on it. Sometimes you don't consciously process things, which is fine, but then once you do and stop to think about them, usually your body has a good way of telling you, like, oh yeah, that resonates with the experience that we've had, or, oh, you know, that doesn't feel quite right. Maybe you need to ask a different question or consider it from a different angle. All of that exercise of squaring the analysis with your lived experience of it, which, as we've seen, is center stage with how Eternia is asking us to engage with its story and what the story is trying to say. I was thinking about that too, actually, just in reference to the very little portrait we've gotten so far of Lewin and Rowan, because you see, yeah, it's a love triangle, yeah, they're vying for the affections of the princess, but I was thinking about it in relation to this distinction between theory and praxis and the academics holed up in their town just doing things from the armchair versus the adventurers going out into the world and actually seeing what the world is like and getting this much more direct mode of access to what it is that they want to understand. And it does seem like there's something all the more sad to me about Rowan, because you kind of see that dichotomy played out in the love triangle. Like, Rowan is the one who's tasked with managing the guards. So he stays at home in the castle. He just enforces the order of the king, and he doesn't really accomplish anything. He's the leader of this decorative armed force that has never seen combat action, right? Whereas Lewin, we know next to nothing about him, but we know he has enough autonomy and courage to just go out into the world and go on adventures that he's undertaken himself. No one even really knows what he's up to. He's just off doing something that he deems to be important, and he's doing it firsthand. And of course, that's the kind of bold impetus to experience the world that the princess would find attractive. And poor Rowan, just sitting at home and spending all his time with the princess, wants to be able to spark that same kind of interest in her, but based on how his role has cast him and asked him to inhabit the world, he simply can't. Keep in mind too that notion of how this world asks the people within it to occupy roles. So I didn't point it out, but that was something interesting too in Reed's commentary when he was declaring for the millionth time, oh yeah, finally my adventure is done. What he said was, we've fulfilled our role, now we can go home. So again, it's not as explicitly theatrical as a Final Fantasy IX, but it does have things to say about the nature of role-playing in different but also really important and central ways as we go forward. That's worth paying attention to. Oh, interesting, Aaron. Yeah, we'll have to talk offline more about what you describe as felt sense, because from context and what I'm talking about, I can kind of intuit it, but I don't think I've ever heard that term before, so I'd love to know more about your experience with it. Oh, yeah, I see. I read your second message, and that helped. No, I can tell quite clearly why that came to mind. It seems like another use and implementation of the same sort of underlying like somatic response to information in a particular like lived context. Telling you, that's a big part of what Mystic Practice is, and I think it's a big part of what Mystic JRPGs, and especially Tales of Eternia, is asking us to consider. What is the value of this particular kind of storytelling that asks us to interpret it and engage with it as audience members do, but also to experientially involve ourselves with it? It sounds so pedestrian when you put it that way, but when you unpack it through these different layers of semiotics, meaning making, as we're doing, you see really that points to and gives us a means of engaging with the heart of different kinds of understanding between just intellectually grasping some analytic insight and somatically grasping in our body those things which are only revealed to us through action or particular vantage points which we inhabit in the world. That's a good quote, Grail. Good quote from a tragic and memorable character. That's a good question. I can go look in my supplemental content that came with the collector's edition, but my memory is no. I mean, I'm sure, Mata had some at some point somewhere, but I don't know that it's ever been published. Actually, I wonder. Long live the King of Inferia. Long live the Inferia Empire. Remember, this is one of those games, because it's old enough, that has an actual booklet. And it does include some concept art. I don't think the princess is in here, but I'll just check while we're thinking of it. No, and actually it's kind of disappointing because the Tales of Destiny booklet, I think, highlights more concept art than this one does. This one does. It highlights some of the characters, but only at the very end. Oh no, they're a decent number. I spoke too soon. But certainly not the princess, just a lot of the main players. But here you go. So the booklet actually gives answers to things like their canonical stats in terms of age and height and weight. So we can go through and quickly do some breakdowns of the characters. This will be fun. Hey, the username checks out. It's toxic spam, so that's hilarious. Here's a hint. You can't buy the best viewers because they're cultivated through intellectual and practical engagement with analyzing games as texts and actually inhabiting shared experiences. Stick that in your AI and smoke it, why don't you? Fight me, ChatGPT. I know more than you do. Reed Herschel is 18, like we talked about. He's 5'10", not the tallest guy, Reed. He weighs a lean 137 pounds. It must be all the hiking that he does. Farah is 17. She's 5'3". She weighs 101 pounds. Heel is 17. He's 5'8". He weighs 112 pounds. So very specific weights It's interesting to me that they put the weights in here. I feel like they don't usually do that. Merity is 16. So yes, you had asked this before, Grail. She does have an age according to the text, or at least according to this text supplement, which not quite the same thing as the game per se, I would say, but it's related. We can use it as a source of information. So she's 16. She's 5'2". She weighs 99 pounds. And I saved the most important for last. Quickie, his genus is Potrachinus. His length is 28 inches. His ears are 5 inches. Long-eared pets represent. Got a lot of love for those with the long ears. So we got to shout that out. Tail, 18 inches. Weight, 200 grams. Oh, and actually there's some interesting information that I didn't remember about some of these characters in here. We'll come back to these when the time is right. I don't want to accidentally spoil stuff, but yeah, that was a more rewarding trip through the instruction booklet than I expected. Yeah, maybe to justify the art styles. It's a good point. Or vice versa, or both of them pointing to the same underlying referent. All right. Yeah, we can talk. Long live the Inferia Empire. Long live the King of Inferia. Long live the Inferia Empire. Listen to me well, all of you. Inferia is facing a terrible danger. The Royal Observatory of Astronomy has conducted an investigation of the situation. A plan has been decided as of this morning, and I'll remind you, this is the king issuing a proclamation to his empire, but only nobility, with the exception of our party, is allowed within the audience chamber. So he's disseminating his leadership and his decisions only to a particular stratum of society. Okay, I forget if I read this one already. The Royal Observatory of Astronomy has conducted an investigation of the situation. A plan has been decided as of this morning. You shall now be given an explanation. Thank you. He's speaking my language. Chancellor Zosimos, come forward. Yes, Your Majesty. The two worlds, Celestia and Inferia, are shifting closer and closer together, even as we speak. Based on the measurements taken at the observatory, we can expect impact some 100 Some? I'm going to go with Some from now. We believe that a malevolent Celestian plot is at the root of this situation. Look up scapegoat in the dictionary. This is the scene you will find. Not satisfied with the numerous disasters they have previously visited upon us, they plan to annihilate the entire world. I know I pointed this out before, but it's so funny to me because I didn't process it as much the first time through. Once again, like every level of society, pointing to the numerous disasters the Celestians have visited upon the world without ever naming one of them. So far, at least. We pledge to thoroughly resist this Celestian campaign of destruction with all of our might. My good Inferians, prepare for battle. According to the ancient scriptures, there exists what is called the Bridge of Light. It is the only known means of crossing over to Celestia. And remember, this was the subject of the text that we found in the Royal Astronomy Observatory, separating legend from fact about the Bridge of Light. If the Bridge of Light can be discovered, we can send a contingent of our elite troops to Celestia and prevent the Grand Fall. I expect your unwavering support during this time of crisis. We shall show the Celestian barbarians the true might of the Inferia Empire. Long live the King of Inferia! Long live the Inferia Empire! Long live the King of Inferia! Long live the Inferia Empire! This meeting is adjourned. Oh well, says Reed, time to go home. We did our job. Baiba! No, no, no! That is not right! Hey, Keel, what does this mean? I don't believe this. Not anyone in our party. Chancellor Zosimos, what is going on? And honestly, I will say, trying to channel my reactions the first time through, I'll own to it. I did not see this coming because I really felt like when Zosimos stepped in and said, wait, King, I read this guy's work. I looked at his observations. There's something here and we need to investigate this. And then they actually did the investigation. It made me feel, especially coming off of the first 2 games in the series. Remember, like I said in the Discord, in those games, the kings and the empires, like, they leave something to be desired in terms of how much they understand, but they're by and large fundamentally good-natured, and they listen when they have new information to update their situation. So the idea that the scientific head of the empire would be telling the king, we're going to go and do these observations, and then it wraps back around to this political scheme and scapegoating, that was a bit of an about face and just a real disappointment for me in terms of the moral fiber and political backbone of the empire. What is going on? Just yesterday, didn't you say that it's impossible for anybody to cause the Grand Fall on purpose? Keel, you could become a magnificent scholar someday. But first, realize that academia must also obey the king's will. And remember what Keel said when we first came here. The king is a different kind of being. His divine right places him on a different level of existence than everyone else. So that's really the hammer that falls that puts this into context with everything that I was struggling with and talking about before this. What is the Bridge of Light? Where is it? It's a bridge to Celestia that was discovered some 30 years ago by a Kramal mage named Balir. And remember, he was the one who wrote the book that was in the Royal Observatory. We don't know its location or method of operation as of yet. So this person crossed over into Celestia using the Bridge of Light? That's amazing! I never heard this story. It's no surprise that you do not know. He never returned. Haven't you already overstayed your welcome? You have served your purpose. Leave the castle immediately. So this is apropos of nothing, but I only just realized after playing 2 massive games worth of Rowan in Tales of Xillia, now we have Rowan without the W, a very different character here in Tales of Eternia. You have served your purpose. Leave the castle immediately. And again, that talk of purpose is coming up. Take this and get out of my sight. Is this a boarding pass? With this, you can board any of our Inferia ships. A precious item like this isn't something normally bestowed upon a commoner. You should be grateful. Receive boarding pass. Modestly more mobility. So, do you really believe that the Celestians are causing the Grand Fall? There you go, Grail. Truer words. Couldn't have said it better myself. Of course, that's what the king said. Don't you think it's strange that the barbarous Celestians are capable of doing something that Inferians can't do? Not logic, my worst enemy. Are you saying that the king is wrong? Talk about the most sacrilegious thing you could say in somewhere like Inferia City. No, of course not. At least Farah recognizes that. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye! Hey you, wait. We don't get to see what he talks about with Keel. Since the king isn't going to help us, I guess we have no choice but to do it ourselves. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how much we get to see of Rowan. I'll say this. The story is far from over, and all of our journeys with these side characters are also far from over. Well, stay tuned, Aaron. Stay tuned. Are you serious? Let's collect the greater Kramels. Then we go to Celestia. Right. We know the Bridge of Light is the passage to Celestia. All we need to do now is find the greater Kramels. Keel, you are late. We are leaving now. Right. Say, why don't we go to the port of Inferia and put the boarding pass to good use? So Keel is now at a private conversation, and he has this kind of academic sword of Damocles hanging over his head with the most important academic in the Empire telling him, you have a lot of promise if you listen to the king and understand that his word is law. And notice, as much as it might seem like we have left the domain of the philosophy of language and are not thinking as directly about communication as we were in the whole sequence with the Or's earrings and coming to be able to communicate with Meredy, we haven't gone that far, because notice what the characters were saying in the aftermath of that decree by the king. What they said is something which we ought to take very literally. What the king says is the truth. There's this notion in the philosophy of language of something called a speech act, where simply by uttering a certain phrase, you can make something the case. So, for instance, you might think of something like a classic example is like a marriage ceremony, right? Where you say these words like, I do thee wed, and the pronunciation of those words is the act of marriage. So you're saying that thing is what makes it the case. Why am I proposing marriage to you all? I'm talking about it because it's basically that structure of communication which they're pointing to with respect to the king and the ruler of the Inferian Empire, saying because he's this different kind of being with a divine right, when he says things, it's not just expressing them as a means of communication and understanding one another as someone like Reed would do with Farah. When he says something, it is declaring the truth of whatever that statement is in a way that simply makes it the truth, purely by virtue of his declaring it. So literally, all of his declarations have the structure because I said so in terms of what justifies them. That should be really scary, but it's also really interesting how precise that linguistic dynamic is in this overall exploration of how people are communicating with one another and how they come to understand one another, and how different facets of society can empower or limit others, especially when his speech acts hold dominion over the entire trajectory of seemingly at least science, maybe also religion. These huge cultural arms of determining different systems of belief and different systems of how people relate themselves to the world and represent themselves as constituting one aspect of these different social and cultural and metaphysical wholes. So worth keeping that in mind in terms of what language is capable of doing in the abstract, but also what particular people, by virtue of who and what they are capable of doing with language as we move on in this. That's true, Grail. Yes. Is this what you were thinking of? Because what comes to mind for me when you say that is how his mentor held him behind in Morlaix to give him guidance, which was interesting too, though, because again, from the very beginning of Tales of Eternia, we saw with that first cutscene with Meredy, we as players got access to an understanding of Meredy that the rest of the party didn't have. So how interesting is it in that same vein that some of these private conversations Keel is having, we've been able to sit in on. Like we saw those conversations with his mentor in Morlaix. We didn't see what Rowan was talking about with him before he rejoined the group here. So interesting to keep that in mind too. We as players, we are definitely involved in this in a way that has a particular color and representation that is not identical with what the members of the party are getting. So as we get more data on what we do and don't get to see and what we can and cannot do in the story, we should be asking, all right, what is the game telling us about the form of access that we have to its worlds, our responsibilities, our limits, what we can actually help to achieve in the world, maybe what our obligations are. All right, we're going to the port. I don't think there are more conversations to have on the way out. I think it's mostly the same dialogue, but I'll just check real quick. Lord Luwin is handsome and popular, but his mother was a commoner. Okay, this was new. I only did this conversation once before we went into the castle, that is. So I'll point out, now that we've been in the castle, we know that Luwin's mother also was the one who putatively killed herself under suspicious circumstances after having a disagreement with the queen. So now we also know, at least according to this gossip, that while Luwin is nobility and the head knight, his mother who killed herself was a commoner, which is probably part of the story. Coming from a good family and with his close ties to the king, Rowan can be quite influential. Rowan has a kind of pedigree which Luwin seems to lack. Are you good people, or are you bad people? It's an interesting little question to pose that calls Reed to the front of the party. We already stocked up. Okay. Good. I think we can just go right to the port. If you see me doing drugs quickly, this will tell you what an old man I'm being. I'm taking melatonin because, like I said at the top of the stream, I want to try to get up earlier to beat the sun so that I can actually have a shot of going outside before the death ball comes up and makes everything 1,000,000 degrees. So hoping I'll be able to pass out more or less right after this stream, but God only knows whether that'll come to pass. It's anyone's guess. Would that I could will myself to sleep as efficiently as my corgi can. You're welcome, Aaron. Yeah, that's the real hidden value of this stream, just reminders to take socially sanctioned and legal drugs. Hi ho, to port we go. We haven't had one of these cut-ins in a while.
Now that we have a boarding pass, we can travel on a ship. Let's go to the port of Inferia.
They're not skits, but they're nice. For what they are.
Let's do it! Go! Rising Dragon Strike! Swallow Dance! Eagle Rising Dragon Strike!
Yes!
Yes, yes, yes. Port of Inferia. Only nobles and merchants with passes are allowed beyond this point. Oh, you know, Grail? I think it was. That's so funny. Only took 3 hours. God bless Tales of Eternia. Isn't that so cool, though? What different textures the various installments of our journey can have? It's a testament to the diversity and just breadth of experiences that this saga offers us, I think. We have a pass, see? A pass issued by the king. You can go on ahead. The ship on the right goes to Barole, the city of trade, and the one on the left goes to Minchi, the town of academia. I'd like to have a ship of my own someday. I'd travel freely all over the world. angler. I heard a rumor about a Kramal art that allows you to cross the sea without a ship. But I don't suppose you believe me. If anyone could do that, it would probably be Undine. Wow! A model of the Imperial battleship from 20 years ago. Oh yeah, you did like making models ever since you were little. Oh, Reed remembering things about his childhood friend. That's right. But I'll never forget 12 years ago. Somebody destroyed my favorite model displayed by the front door. Who could that be? Keel, maybe you should just forget about it. It's a waste of your brain cells. Yeah, I guess you're right. Come on, Reed. Show some backbone. Hold yourself accountable. Maybe by the end of your arc. This is still early days. Yeah, I know a Wonder Chef when I see one. Not my first rodeo. Yeah, and we definitely didn't learn anything worthwhile from those conversations, Grail. I do it just to troll you. That's my deep game. I am the mysterious Wonder Chef. I'll show you how to make fish stew with a salty aroma. Oh, man. Tempt me with second dinner, why don't you, game? Fish stew has 4 ingredients: squid, cabbage, tuna, and radish. Received fish stew ingredients. Have a nice day! Goodbye! Class warfare. Telling you, girl. Fire crystal. Nice. Wasn't even looking for that. This is the ship Chandler. However, you don't have a ship, do you? Ah, the shop is useless. Oh, I had something else to say. It totally fell out of my mind. It'll come back. The ship is bound for Minchi. How about a ride? Minchi, huh? Reed, don't tell me you want to go home to Rashine's. Farah, I've been very upfront about that being the only thing I want. No, that's not what I was thinking. Oh, so Farah won't even let Reed board the ship that goes back in the direction of home. That's fun. No, we have to go forward. We have a mission whether you like it or not, Reed. You're not getting off this train, this purpose, this path. If you go to the east, you'll see a desert continent. But you can't get there on foot, and there aren't any Imperial sea routes there. Barole is the city of trade. Merchants gather there from all over Inferia. This ship is bound for Barole. How about a ride? Barole. It's north of Inferia. It's a bustling trade city. Sounds like a good spot to get more information about the Greater Kramals. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. It's apropos of nothing right now, but it's worth just bringing up before I forget again. Already we're getting some interesting texture to the history in this game without really knowing enough to square all the pieces, because remember, the overriding understanding of the Inferia-Celestia relationship is the Celestians are these barbarians who inflicted all of these atrocities on Inferia and also have not been around for 1,000+ years. But what we have heard from Zosimos is that there was this guy, Balir, from Inferia, who actually crossed over to Celestia and didn't return. So even though there seemingly hasn't been contact between the worlds in millennia, there was very recently contact between the worlds, only 30 years ago, with kind of no explanation about what came of that, or how it came about, or how it's related to anything that's happening now. So it's almost like fixing the different lenses of a telescope, right? Now we have these 2 different vantage points on the past. One of the deep past 1,000 years ago, and one of the much more recent past, but we don't know enough to actually be able to marry those 2 perspectives and see one coherent picture that could actually allow us to understand the present in a different and productive way. So keep an eye on those, again, different levels of granularity of resolution of representation as we go on, which has ended up being the theme of this stream, unexpectedly, but in a warranted way. Sounds like a good spot to get more information about the Greater Kramels. Will you take this ship? Yes, we will. Please, we want to go. We'll be departing soon. Hurry on aboard. Keel? Did you forget something? What's the matter? I can't go. What? What do you mean? Chancellor Zozimos is asking for my help to find the Bridge of Light. You can't be serious. You're going to help with the war effort? You still trust them after what they did. Baiba! It was my dream to work at the Royal Observatory of Astronomy. Fine. Do what you want, Keel. Goodbye. What? Are we just going to let him go, Farah? What can we do? It's his life. Come on. We can do it on our own. No problem. Come on now. It's time to depart. Getting on or staying off? We're getting on. Let's go, Merity. How about the depths of maturity in Farah during that sequence, too? Like, we're obviously still just getting to know her, but to me, it reads as evident, based on just how we've gotten to know her so far, that she is really hurt and let down, and she had all these expectations about her childhood friend rising to the occasion and really helping them with this mission that clearly has this value, which they can all perceive and which they all endorse. And yet, he has this personal dream that he just can't let go and he can't turn his eyes away from. And Farah, even though she can't bring herself to agree with that, is also just the kind of person who can't not respect that and just has to let him go and wish him the best. There's a lot there in just a few words and not even any voicing. Let's go, Merity. You bet. Received Keel's equipment. He's gone. That's a certain kind of pretty interesting personal and moral dilemma.
I wonder what Keel is doing.
Yeah, I thought they were going to talk. I didn't want to interrupt them. But if you think about the generalized version of what just happened with Keel, asking like, okay, what would you do if someone offered you everything you ever wanted, but by the time you're offered it, you realize it's radically different than what you expected when you wished for it in the first place? Which I think is often the case, and so many stories ponder that. But yeah, there's something about that picture of Keel who is just so intent on understanding truth, but he's packaged that within this model of an academic career that he really wants to pursue. And so even once he realizes, as we talked about in the castle, that academia has these forces that are exerting pressure upon it from overhead with the influence of the king, so that maybe academia really isn't the best way of pursuing truth, he has all of this cognitive dissonance built up from wanting that and orienting his own purpose in life towards that compass for so long that he just can't quite bring himself to let it go, even though on some level he must understand that it's no longer what he was pursuing in the first place. A really fraught and compelling picture to convey in just a few lines and just a few pixels.
His dreams came true. He's probably having a great time.
Merity, forgive him. Keel also has things he wants to do.
Merity already forgive him, but Merity is Celestian, and so maybe Keel will become my enemy.
Not at all.
Really? No?
Keel just wants to learn many things. He won't be your enemy. Trust him.
Trust?
Hey, Are you awake?
I'm thinking.
About?
Food.
No, nothing.
I couldn't let it slip by. Forgive him and trust him. Two pillars of Farah's character, if ever I've seen them. I don't know that we've really talked about it that much, but I love these fixed sailing animations of early game journeys in the Tales of games, which I think are more common in the early titles. I don't think you see them as much in the same way in the later ones, but it's a pretty cool way of showing you in a very limited point of view when you don't have the agency to actually travel the world by ship, what the world is like, because you can see the different continents flying by and you understand, wow, there's so much more here than I've even borne witness to yet. But you're also seeing it in the context of just going from point A to point B and usually contextualizing it with a conversation along the way. It's a really nice tight model for opening up your experience of the world and the context of your journey. Good question, Grail. Yeah, that's another one of those relative time considerations that's hard for me to weigh. I imagine, again, especially in this kind of game, you could extrapolate from enough of the data they give you about like the measurements of how big the world is and how long it takes for time to pass and like how efficient travel is. I'll bet you could arrive at a relatively precise estimation. I don't know if I have it in me to figure out where to start and actually doing that, but my guess is surely it would take a few days at least, maybe a week or two. But that's just talking out of my butt. But yeah, I think that's right. But I'd be interested in going back now because I was thinking about those boat scenes, and at least what I remember is they're much more to do with the conversations that happen on the boat, because Tales of the Abyss does that too, and not as much just that fixed camera perspective on the ship traveling over the water. But that might also just be an artifact of which parts of the scenes I remember after the fact. So it'd be interesting to go back and maybe do a side-by-side comparison or something, see how boat scenes evolved over time. So we talked about that at the time, I think in Graces, just the art of nautical travel in these games and how it's a special kind of interstitial form of mobility between foot travel and air travel later on. Baiba, what a pretty smell. Oh, by the way, if you love nautical travel, stick around. Tales of Eternia is a game that will teach you many things, as with all aspects of the Tales of series. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'll say, it smells yummy. I wonder what it is. Really, Reed, you're such a glutton, but it does smell good. You're such a glutton. However, I too am a glutton. One's loss is another's profit. The opposite is also true. Found kite shield. Wait just a minute. You stole that. It's mine. If you want it, pay for it. It's only 4,000 gold. I don't think we have the money for that anyways. I forgot. Yes, so we have entered Merchant World, which means that everyone is trying to, the polite way to say it is get a deal done, but I think the more accurate way of saying it is swindle you at every turn. Oh yeah, I remember what you're talking about, Grail. Yeah. Yeah, so it might maybe the difference that I was drawing in my mind was that like the zooming out on the world map makes it feel a little less intimate than like following the ship as closely as we do in the kind of sequence we just saw, which is more traditional to the earlier stage games. Like you get those in Destiny and Fantasia as well. By the time Symphonia rolls around, I think it's more in the spirit of Graces, to my recollection. But again, I'd have to go back and check. Barole, the city of trade, is to the west of the port. That's right. The most based form of nautical travel, the wash tub. It's real close. You can't miss it. Now pay me for that little piece of information. Pay me for the information. I'll let you off easy at 100 gold. No. You bought information off me. Now you aren't going to pay? Don't try to swindle me. Sir, you can't accuse someone of swindling you because they rejected your swindle. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Water shard. Undini will be pleased. Thought we could do something in the koi pond here. Undini, I have excellent news. I can feed you. And now it's done. Welcome, welcome. Get your fresh fish here. Pretty expensive fresh fish, but it is fresh fish. Do I really want to blow all my gold here? I'll blow half my gold here. Thank you. Didn't they just follow the, like the natural flow of the springs? I think the idea was just that there was a current, if memory serves. It's down here. Is there someone else who's going to pop out? You have to use your head in business. Yes. Another commercial predator. I'm not even going to bother opening that chest. Fool me once, fool me twice. Fool me chicken soup with rice. Alright, I think, looking at the clock, it's nice to be in a new region. I think we have enough time to explore Barole, and then my guess is that'll be a good point to wrap up for the evening. A whole new world! It looks similar now, but don't worry, it won't for long. City of Trade, Barole. Baiba! Lots of stores here. Another great track. The Triumphant March of Commerce. Everything looks so attractive. Don't go wandering off now. This beautiful scent must be... So are you saying, like you're wondering why are lens in this world? Is that your question, Grail? Reed, don't you go wandering off. It's a good question. I don't think... Actually, I know there's not an explicit explanation. It feels like a cameo in the same way that Tales of Destiny characters make cameos. You're not forgetting. They're like a cameo item. They don't talk about Lens being in the world at all, except for just being collectibles to give to the character who is for now redacted because we have not met her yet. So I think you could probably tell a story about why this would be the kind of world that would also have Lens, but I think that would be drawing on a lot that's not in the text. I think if and when you get to the end of my Tales of Hearts R study, you'll see that I think the Heartsian approach to those sorts of cameos, which feels right to me, is it's less about explaining it in terms of the lore and more in terms of situating it within the networks of like relationships of characters and the bonds that you're making within the games and also using to bridge the games. And I think you can certainly do that with the Lens as you can with the other cameos. I'm attempting to cook the largest stew in Inferia. Oh my god, let me try some. It's not ready yet. Please, let me try it. I'll be your taste tester. I don't care that it's not ready. If you go to the west of here, there's a cave where the wind howls. Probably doesn't have anything to do with one of the primary Kramels. The wind is frighteningly strong. You should be careful. I can't sell you this painting. It's just like a son to me. I poured my soul into it when I painted it. I'm hungry. It's two very different expressions. Or maybe not. Maybe you're just saying you're a starving artist. Holy bottle. How about some fresh food? Oh my god, there's so many things to stock up on. But then we're going to be poor again. Oh. It's okay, maybe it's worth it. These are staples anyways, they never go bad. Okay. Best to use them soon. No, weren't you listening to me? I just bought staples, they don't go bad. Well, maybe we got milk, that we should use soon, but stuff like pasta, we're good. This is a city where only memories remain. How about that? People visit this town every day and then leave. Like a summer town, but even more vacant. Scaroni Grill. Oh my god, wrap your mouth around that word, why don't you? Welcome. Welcome to Scaroni. How is it? Isn't the steak here the greatest? Thickly sliced bear meat appears slightly reddish, but it's cooked perfectly all the way through. The pepper liberally sprinkled on top further stimulates the palate, highlighting the aroma and flavor of the steak even more. You can't eat a steak like this in Chambord or Inferia City. I see, you're quite knowledgeable about cooking, aren't you? I'm not really a connoisseur of food, I just don't like to compromise flavor. Anyway, just look at these potatoes. Perfectly crisp on the outside, nice and soft on the inside. The steak here is the absolute best. Sure. Bear steak. Notice another culinary riff on what began with egg bear jerky way back in Nostos Cave, which I am bringing up because of no reason. Rona's smile is enough to bring peace of mind even to this feeble, lonely old man. I can't believe things ended up like the way they did. Fate is as merciless as it is fickle. Oh, can I catch the barkeep's eye? No, I don't know that we can. But I think we can go in from the back. Up this way. Disguising yourself as a bum alcoholic in the corner of the restaurant? Okay. I'll give it to you. That's creative. I'll show you how to make a rich and succulent steak. Steak has 3 ingredients: bear meat, carrots, and potatoes. Have a nice day! Making up for lost time with the Wonder Chef. Popping up all over the place. If there's one thing that Tales of games and Play-Doh alike have taught us over the millennia, it's that caves don't matter. Don't think about them. They have nothing to teach us. They are never allegories for anything. I'm a philosopher, so you have to believe me. I thought you could get in from the back. Maybe from another map. They sell everything in this town. I tell you, this place is heaven. Gotta be careful. I keep making thoughtless impulse purchases. It's me all through my vacation with Dan in Japan. No, I have no regrets. Hey, youngster. Want to try me in an arithmetic contest? Oh, this can only go really well. No, we're going to try. Good answer. Do you want to hear the rules? No, let's just do whatever you're challenging me to. There are 3 piles of stones. Ah, the classic. Take turns taking the stones. The last one to take the last stone wins. That's right. All of those caves which famously had no bearing on the plot or themes. Nothing significant happened in any of them. Catacombs and Graces? No, forget about it. One of those filler areas that just had enemies to grind, right? You can take 1 to 3 stones each turn. Yeah. I know there's obviously a mathematical way to do this, but I can never retain the way to do it, so it's guesswork. That's right, the only memorable thing. He peed his pants. Oh, you want to take the last stone. You don't. I was reading it backwards. I thought that you wanted your opponent to take the last stone. Reading the instructions sometimes helps. Yeah, did this exactly wrong. But now I can try again. And then I'll just turn it in. Okay. Ah, I think you got me. Again. Sick bastard. Maybe I want to take smaller bites. That would be the way to do it. Yeah, I might try one more time. This guy's getting one over on me and I'm not satisfied with it. Stop telling me to give up on becoming a merchant. Everyone knows that's my one dream in life. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be going first. Maybe that's the trick. Oh well, we're here now. I'm gonna try to take just small bites. That's true. Yeah, as soon as I walk away, he'll lose to the next so-and-so who comes up. Oh my god, dude. Stop doing this to me. I'm gonna go second next time. I think it's harder with multiple piles because there are versions of this minigame in other Tales of games where it's just one pile, and that is not as hard to work your way through. I think I did it in one of our studies without really thinking about it. This is horrible. Listen, you're legally not allowed to say that after I spent like 3 hours just working through a town and discoursing on the thematic content of that part of the story. This has been an exceptionally rich study. Thank you very much. I'm going to try one more time and then we'll move on to more narratively salient things. I think this time I want to go first. Do I want to finish that one? I think so. Oh my, you're a son of a bitch. No, I'm not going to give up until I find the secret code to challenge him to battle and just kill him. Alright, I give up. The deep literary meaning of him is he's stupid. Would you like my advice on fighting techniques, please? It's still Widdock. I didn't realize it was the same guy. Why is he following us? Or are we following him? Are you using the shortcut function? Yes, we are. You explained this to us already, Widdock. Had we not spent all of our money on other things, you could have interested me. But no, as it stands, I think we're good. Wow, you found your way up. I'll give you an item as a reward. Ooh, an elixir. How about that? The easiest elixir in any Tales of game. From here, I get a full view of his evil doings. From 23? Might be a little excessive even for me, but don't put it past me. I'll rise to the occasion. Oh my god. A curved sword. Right, is that better for Reed? Let's see. Selectively better. I'm gonna keep him balanced. Oh, left town. It looks like trouble. We better not get involved. Vera? Too late.
What do you want? Get out of my way now!
No, I'm not going anywhere. Don't you think it's pathetic for a grown-up to bully a kid?
What are you blabbering about? Look! He's infamous around here for...
He was mean to me. I'm just a little kid.
The most believable little kid in the
What are
world.
you doing?
Whoa!
Serves you right.
get away! That brat's a habitual thief!
Huh? But he's just a kid.
Bad kids are bad! To think that we finally got him today. What's your problem, girl?
I'm just too nice.
Well, it was like, I just didn't know.
It's going to be our new default reaction and chatting on the stream when one of us bullies the other. Boo! I'm just a little kid. Oh, boo! Serves you right. Drop the band hammer.
What kind of excuse is that?
That's right. We want payback.
Yeah, you suck.
Come to think of it, we can use you.
Don't you
We're
even
sorry,
think of
really.
touching Farah.
We just came into port.
That's a lame excuse.
That's true.
Article 87 of Inferia Trading Law. Employment is only to take effect when both parties are in accord.
I don't want to interrupt this, but I forgot how great that line reading is. That's a lame excuse. That's true.
In other words, you can't force her to work for you without her consent.
Hey, apropos of nothing, have I told you that I love the musical themes in Tales of Eternia?
Do you have a problem?
It's the king's law. Your crates are sticking out 1.5 lang into the public street. That's either 3 years in jail or a fine of 1,000 gold. On top of that, double pricing? There are no defenses for such violations. Before you punish a child, maybe you should follow the law yourself, don't you think?
Okay. Please, forget this happened.
We're saved. I think.
Yeah, that says a lot right there, doesn't it, Grail?
Farah, sticking your nose in where you don't even know what's going on.
Sorry.
Tiun kulmud, pundi swimu, usurunai mug. Wait!
Thank you so much. My name is Farah. Please, let us repay you somehow.
I am Ras. That was an amusing diversion. It is I who should thank you.
A well-earned title. Also, yes, you are welcome for being introduced through this study to the coolest character in the world, Ras. I mean, what an interesting gentleman who is mysterious and I'm sure will never come up again. The man, the myth, the legend, Ras. Thank you so much for helping me. Thank you. When I thought the kid was getting bullied, I couldn't stand to just watch. Are you always so single-minded? Huh? She's been that way forever. Well, I'm very sorry. I feel sorry for those around you. So you understand the trouble I have to deal with. When did I ever cause trouble for you? It's not the first time something like this has happened. When she heard a kid was drowning, she jumped right in and nearly drowned herself. Do people who can barely swim normally do that? And the time before that, she felt sorry for an egg bear caught in a trap. And are you finished? Why do you still remember all of this? Because I had to clean up after you every single time. I enjoyed the meal. Merity done too. You seem quite knowledgeable about the law. What is your profession, if I may ask? A pot? It's a double metal pot, made as a decoration for the royal family in the late Melnick civilization period. Normally 10,000 gold. It's now only 5,000. Are you a merchant? You could say that. It's a real bargain. This beauty was found while exploring Sylph Cavern. Sylph Cavern. Ah, it's a cave west of Barole. The Characteristics of this pot are evident on the surface. Take us there. This pot, I don't want it. Will you show us the way to Sylph Cavern? But Farah, please, the pot. 50,000 gold. If you pay me 50,000 gold, I'll show you the way to Sylph Cavern. We don't have the money, so why don't we offer to pay? Okay, we'll pay 50,000 gold. Okay then. I'll do it for free this time. I've been thinking about going back to Sylph Cavern again anyway. Thank you. When you are prepared and ready, meet me in front of the inn. I'll be there after I take care of some business. Raz. I've been wondering, what is that wonderful scent surrounding this town? Oh, that? That's the fragrance of the Donis flowers. Is it the flower on Raz's hat? Yes, it's my favorite flower. Donis. Well, I'll see you later. We should get ready, too. Yes, he's a goat if ever there were one. You're right. Yeah, we thought Reed just wanted to stay at home. He just wanted to stay outside of Farah's sphere of unstoppable charity. Thank you, Grail. I think I'm still working on my perfect Farah. I feel pretty good about my Merity. Raz is pretty tightly in my wheelhouse. Reed is more of the one to work on. I'm gonna put in the hours on him. No, I was doing it on purpose. Come on, I try to do the voices when I can. No, this is just how I talk. Grail, thank you as always for joining the stream and making many worthwhile and salient, probative contributions. 50,000 gold. And I will validate you further next time. Got it, kid? The most important thing for business is speed. If you think you can sell something, get it in stock as fast as you can. If sales are slow, wash your hands of it just as fast. Speed is a must. You? Me? What? Nothing. Sorry. I've mistaken you for someone else. What's that about? Looking at you reminds me of a man in the past who excelled at swordsmanship. Who's that? I've forgotten. Couldn't be someone who maybe knew Reed's father, could it? Only by spending it can you truly appreciate your gold. The Barole shopping district. Funny thing to me, so... Wow, that smells great. If you keep smelling any more of it, I'm going to charge you. It's a better segue into what I was going to say. So the first time I played this, I had yet to play Tales of Hearts R, which you can read all about in my study, which I'm going to share again. But now I have played Tales of Hearts R, and it's funny to me because one of the similarities between the two games is they both have a town like this, the sort of merchant hellscape where everyone is just trying to pull some sort of scam on you to get an extra gold. And in Tales of Hearts, which is a later game, they say, no, there's a reason the town is like this. Everyone's spirit is out of balance and you need to find a way to fix it. And then after you do, things get better. Whereas in Tales of Eternia, it's much more just like, no. People are just sometimes like this, and the world can make them this way, and it's perfectly natural, and maybe that makes it even worse. Funny seeing the comparison and contrast. No, you're going to just charge me. It's a masterful performance, though. Yeah, the way you're following me around. Sir, leave me alone. Raz! Bye-bye! Watch out! What is this? Same thing that happens when she touches Reed. It's the same light as you, Reed. Queek, 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 queek. Queeky seems to know what's up with that. Whew! Ras has Fibril too. Let's go together. For sure, together. Quee, 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 quee. What in the world is this light? I don't know. Anyway, come on, let's go. Read? Right. Yeah, that's interesting. And you might remember, Grail, I was wondering before when Reed said ow, like, is he reacting to the light? Is he just reacting to Meredy? Like, is she making him uncomfortable? So maybe that is evidence that Reed is just uncomfortable with Meredy touching him like that and singling him out rather than any, like, a reaction to the light as such. The kingdom's commercial laws are strict, but that means you can do business without having to worry. We merchants must never forget our allegiance and gratitude to the king. A bookstore, you say? Thank you very much. Oh, good. I think this is where I lost her quest line when I played it the first time. So, good. We're on track. Katrine, weren't you supposed to go to Inferia City? Well, I thought I was in Inferia City, but it turned out to be Barole. But I'm fine. I now have the map of the world memorized. This time, I'll be sure to reach Pierre in Inferia City. Is she really going to be alright? She's memorized the entire map of the world. No problem. Excuse me. This map is a city guide map for Barole. Oh no. Does that mean we have to find her again in Barole before we go on? Alone on a sunny day, my shadow, my friend. Can't catch it, try as I may. It's pretty good poetry for a Tales of Eternia theme. Unused to your kindness, the windmills of Rasheen's have stopped turning. They must be haikus. The sky is crying. I am crying. Let's take a detour. Donies swaying in the breeze carry their scent, bringing smiles. I know, isn't that funny? I was expecting that he would. I wonder why not. Fighting constantly makes one tired. How about a poem to lift your spirits? Wonder if he'll try to charge us when we leave. Nope. The one selfless soul in all of Barole. Talked to you already. Oh, Ras has joined us already. Rad. This is the city of trade, Barole. It's been a prosperous crossroads of trade ever since ancient times. Well, we'll round out by seeing the other shops, and then I want to see... We don't have to belabor it tonight, but since that gentleman at the bookstore said that poor Katrine had memorized a map of Barole, I kind of think we have to find her again here. So I want to make sure we do that before we move on. Don't leave with regret. Buy what you need today. Barole Shopping District. He has all the coolest ones, as I recall. Yeah, Neo Swarm, Super Lightning Blade, Dragon Swarm, and Dragon Flash. The inn. The price seems to be unusually high, but oh well. Found Dark Bottle, but your hands are full. Nope, nothing here. How high is high? 5,000 gold per night? Yeah, sorry. 5,000 gold? Is that too high? In that case, 60 gold will do. That's quite a discount. Well, that's the real price. Will you stay? Yeah, sure. Are you a swindler if you just don't understand how prices work? Good morning. It's a fine day, isn't it? Okay, Katrine. Dear lost Katrine, where did you go to? Then we'll head out and save, say our goodbyes, and look forward to a Friday stream together. I see. To make it look like a deal, you put it right next to the expensive items. What are you looking at? I'm not doing anything suspicious. I'm not researching my competitors! Yes. The avatar and player have merged into one, but only because Reed is hilarious and relatable. Looks like there might be something. Excellent. 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 That's one. What is that? Can we do it more than once? That's two. That's three. Wondering how high we could push it. We probably need some sort of item to deal with the heat. Or some sort of Kreml affinity. It's funny that it lets you just keep going in and tracking it though. Welcome. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared. Okay, I'm happy with our items, and we don't really have any money anyways. Please come again. I don't believe that you want us to. Katrine, there you are. Maybe? Is it you? No. You're just a random patron. Have you gone up here? Not here. Maybe to the tavern? I feel like that's the only place we haven't checked yet. Getting lost, looking for a lost girl. Is that you? Do it! Do it! Woo! Third serving, down the hatch. God, they're on a mission to make me eat more food tonight. That's 4. I don't see her here. No? Okay. So maybe she did just wander off and get lost in another town. I will probably check after the stream just to make sure we still have hope of continuing her side quest. Just since I'm eager to try to do it this time around. I'll catch you yet. Oh, you can also hunt for the ne'er-do-well whom Farah let get away. I have visions of Tag and Tales of Destiny. This seems a little more manageable. Oh, I might have lost his scent though. Maybe I spoke too soon. Little boy, you can't hide from Farah. You are a ne'er-do-well and you will be punished. Okay, maybe I can hunt him later. I think I lost him. Ice Pops! Can't actually get them, it looks like, but I would know an Ice Pop anywhere. And this is the first time they could use them as a callback because they first appear in a memorable storyline in Tales of Destiny, right before this. Alright. There you go, friendos. Right on the 4 hour. So I will remind you all in the Discord, I'm going to solicit some more feedback. If you have a preference, if it works better for your schedule, 3-hour streams versus 4. I'm pretty flexible. I'm concerned that as things get closer to my move, I might have less time, but for now, it really doesn't make a difference to me, and it's so nice to be able to study this in nice chunks with you, whatever those chunks may be. I think we got through a great chunk tonight. How about that? We did all of Inferia City. We got to witness the heart of the Empire in all its darkness and some of its light. Definitely a lot of space for redemption, and learn a little bit about the nature and personality of its king and his capacity to express himself and bring truths into being through his speech. Now here we are on a whole new continent, maybe seeking another greater Kramal. If the cave's name is anything to go by, maybe it's going to get windy. Maybe we're going to see some Sylph up in here to complement Undini, who has already joined us. And speaking of joined us, how about Ras? He definitely knows how to make an entrance, and I am so excited, especially for those of you who are being so generous as to make your first Tales of Eternia playthrough this study with us, to be able to introduce you to Ras and talk through his storyline with you, because oh boy, his is a memorable journey, and we're going to have a lot to talk about and make sense of here. Yeah, I think I appreciate that feedback, Grail. So I'll think on it. I'll see if other people have perspectives, but yeah, I think it kind of depends on where we are in the game too, because sometimes I feel like it naturally flows for 3, sometimes for 4. So we'll see. That's right. Who else would await in Sylph Cave? That's the natural home of Efreet. And we know we need him to be able to get whatever's hiding in that fire in that one merchant's place. So of course he'd be hanging around nearby. This is the fun part of the game. I think we have worked through enough in this early stage to have pretty firm footing already, more so than I expected in terms of some of the core themes and considerations that are at play, even with respect to just how the characters are orienting themselves and trying to make sense of what their journey is and what their reasons are for taking it in the first place. And now, with that minimal orientation, they're going to go out into the world, see more of what the world is about as they figure out how to build their journey around that new context, and meet new people to situate relative to those interests. People like Ras. Where will that take them? What will the other greater Kramals be like? Undini had quite a personality on her. It'll be interesting to see if that's par for the course in this world that is kind of like those of summoned spirits, and yet already, as we've been pointing out, has some pretty key differences in terms of how they're represented, and also in terms of the overall cosmology we are asked to negotiate, and the methods according to which we negotiate them. All of this constant navigation between the boundaries of science and religious practice and socio-cultural considerations, like we saw in Inferia City tonight. So lots of balls in the air, but they're all balls that rhyme with each other more or less, as is the case in any great JRPG, and this is certainly one such masterpiece, which I can't wait to keep cracking with you, friendos. So that is what we'll be doing on Friday night. It'll be a typical Friday night romp, I'm sure, kicking off at the same time, 7 p.m. Eastern. Gonna try to keep the punctuality going after tonight too. So be there, be square, and we'll be good to go. Hopefully more or less on time, erring on the more side, and see what the cave and our new traveling companion have to offer. Until then, friends, be good to yourselves and each other. I hope that you think well and game well. Finish out your week strong, okay? Join the Discord if you haven't and you want to keep conversations such as these going with respect to the games you love, the games you're trying to appreciate in a different light, and just what it is to read and appreciate a game in the first place. We have all that and more on the Discord server. And all of our analytical content lives on whattheterriblefate.com. So if you need more to satisfy your game philosopher's appetite between now and then, head over to whattheterriblefate.com. We've got you covered. All right, friends. It's been a great stream. Pleasure and highlight of my hump day hanging out with you. Hope to see you back here in just a couple days. Once more, this has been Tales of Praxis. I've been your host, Aaron Suduko. Thank you for being part of the With a Terrible Fate community. We'll see you again real soon. Cheers.